Sonny Dykes today was asked about his situation and said they are very close on a contract extension at SMU.
Wow.
So Sonny Dykes apparently is going to stick around there. And not that he would go to Duke, but I'm just saying that's kind of the level you'd be talking about, right?
Yeah, but I thought Sonny was in the mix at TCU.
Yeah, I did too.
Man, this Justin Fuente thing, if he ends up at TCU, what a good move by him.
That's a heck of a deal, right?
To get a little money to walk away from Virginia Tech and go there. We're about to record another Bama and Bourbon. Thanks to the Pink Package Store and everyone else who helps out with that, right?
Yeah, Beverage Place. They do a great job. Jan, Santana, Joe, bringing our liquor by here and letting us talk about it.
Pink Package Store. If you know, you know, right there on 280, right? Swing by there and get all your party needs. Aaron Suttles of the Athletics in the house. They're about to record that in the green room behind us. We're back tomorrow live with you at 9 a.m. The replay starts again in a second. You can always rewatch us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Instagram. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
I don't know if today's the day, but Jay Price made a great point yesterday. When I say things, we have so much to do today, we may not have enough time to do it. He says, you guys own it now. Go past 4 hours if you have to get it all in. I think we can get it all in 4 hours. We got a lot to do today. There'll be a day when we may have to go an extra hour, a mystery fifth hour, if you will, at some point.
That's the way that was born, by the way.
Dunaway would love to go 6 or 7 hours.
We will stuff it all into 4 hours today. A lot to get to. LT's here for the first 2 hours today, and then he's off for a special occasion, which is why he's dressed the way he's dressed today. It's
yeah, look, I mean, I like to wear a sport coat every now and then. Our friends at Shea's, I've got some cool stuff that once we went into the pandemic, we never really got out and did stuff.
That's right.
But my little guy, I've got Parents' Day today. And you guys remember back when we used to do the 6 to 10 radio way back in the day, I used to go eat lunch with him 2 or 3 days a week. It was one of my favorite things to do.
Yep.
And then he hit middle school, and the embarrassment of having a parent at middle school. Well, they allow you in 8th grade now to come one final time for lunch, which is today. Fingers crossed, square pizza. I have no idea what's on the menu.
Right.
But they're doing a lunch for the parents, and then we get to tour around the school and see his different teachers and classes. And so I'm really excited about that, and I decided to dress up a little bit for it.
And as I always say, you never know when the last time is you pick up your child because they eventually are too old. You don't pick them up anymore or any of that stuff. This could be the last lunch ever with young Jack, right? While he's in school.
Well, yeah, while he's in school, it probably is. And, you know, I hate thinking about those things. And
But if I was a company man, I would say not wear a sport coat. I would say maybe wear something with the logo to support the brand. But that's just me.
Do all the 8th graders know about the next round?
I will tell you, Jack, he wears the brand a lot to school.
Oh, okay.
And so
so
a lot of the kids at school, their fathers and their moms listen. So there's been a little buzz about the next round.
The other day,
They both saved you. I was going to start walking down a path where I was going to get a tear out of you.
No,
I was going full Roy Firestone on you in this first segment.
The last time, I think it was May 22nd of 2019 is the last time I've eaten lunch with him at school, and I've still got my name tag.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man.
But we'll stop there.
Yeah, because I'm telling you.
Let's stop there. Yes.
You know, mine is a
It was
senior.
one of my favorite things to do.
Keep going, Jim.
Mine's a senior in high school now, and it goes so fast. So I'm really excited for you today to get this one opportunity.
I do appreciate
one
that.
More time.
I'm excited about it. I hate leaving you guys in the middle of this controversial college football playoff ranking that I didn't even watch last night.
Jim, you've got him on the edge. Ask him how the lock did last night.
I don't want to do that. But we do have a question. We want to ask you guys. The Farmfolio chat room is where we'll go instantly here. Let us know over the next 10, 15 minutes. Think about it. Don't give me a quick answer. But this will be, we did it one day when Brown left, but I think we just left his chair empty, right? So we're still learning here. We don't know. Eventually, we're going to take vacation days. And we're not, one of us won't be here for a day, but that's not, we're committed through football season. But Lance isn't going to be here for the final 2 hours. So should we just leave Lance's chair vacant and do the normal 3-shot? Should we go to a 2-shot of just Brown and me the final 2 hours? Or as LT suggested, should we pour a beer, have it sitting over empty, a Bud Light sitting over there empty, like he has somehow passed away?
I've got an
poured
idea
one more out for him.
An idea on the fly. I bet our friends at Budweiser would actually create cardboard cutouts of us.
That was my idea for moving forward.
Yeah.
Jim reminded me that doesn't help us today, even though I was talking about for the future. Yes, that's my idea.
I think I could reach out to the guys there, and we probably could have them ready for 2022.
I think we could have some fun with that, too.
Yeah. So let us know what you think. 3-shot, 2-shot, or just pour a beer out for LT and leave it sitting over there during the final 2 hours of the show today. That's coming up, but he's with us for the first half. And as we said, a lot to get to. Wimp Sanderson in our next segment. We've got the upset alert. Barret Jones is with us. I skipped one. Bo Nix, foot up in the air. Bo Nix with us today. So Wimp's at 9:25. Bo's with us at 10:25. Barret Jones at 11. And Todd Fuhrman at 12. Full lineup upset alert as well. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, and John Lunsford all behind the glass today. NAAU fan says, bring Lunsford out here. Let's talk a little Thompson, Hoover, and some other sports with Lunsford.
Hey, they'll sell the joint out, won't they, at the Met?
Any word yet from behind the glass? If we don't have a microphone or a camera on Lunsford or Forrester yet, but any word behind the glass on a ticket scare for Hoover Thompson Friday night?
Yeah, call ATIX, LT. See
You got one of these.
What is the hotter ticket, Foreigner tonight or Thompson?
Thompson Hoover.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well,
I
it
think,
depends. Foreigner's not going with their original lead man. Does Thompson have its lead person back yet at quarterback?
Because Dunaway broke his thumb.
Thumbs up.
Oh, thumbs up. Well played.
Didn't Dunaway break his thumb
He
back in
did,
October?
yes, absolutely. Poor kid.
There have been several Thompson fans who have reached out. I will not say one of the coaches, but I'll say several Thompson fans who have reached out and said, do not put a stake on us
Did
this week.
anybody ask to meet you down the third base?
No.
It's a good social experiment that I think if we walked around Birmingham and I said, I've got 2 reserve seats for Foreigner tonight, 2 reserve seats for Thompson Hoover.
Good seats, yeah.
Good seats, both of them. I think more people would take Thompson Hoover. Some would say, is that original Foreigner? And I would say, it's original Thompson Hoover, not original Foreigner, actually. It's a totally different band. I think most people would take Thompson Hoover.
What would you rather have?
What's the temperature Friday night?
No, it's been perfect weather.
You're the guy that loves to be cold.
No, I don't love to be cold. I love to be comfortable.
Yesterday, I almost called Haver late in the day. And
Well, we watched-
tapped out.
Yeah.
During a break, we watched some video of them from like 2016
bad,
at the Ryman, and they sound really good.
Yeah, they do sound really good. I really want to go to Foreigner now.
Friday night.
Oh, they do sound good?
Yeah, they do.
High of 60 and clear, so it's going to be in the 40s during the game.
Is that Friday night?
Yeah. I think
No, not the high school football game. Foreigners
Concert
Friday?
Foreigners tonight.
Yeah, it's tonight, but it's indoors, so the weather doesn't really bother me.
Yeah, I seriously doubt Will Haver is listening to us. If he is, if he, I'm not going to reach out to him, but if he is listening and would allow Brown to pinch hit, I'm tapping out.
Makes it sound like such a bad option.
I'll go with you.
Foreigner with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do it. If Will reaches out.
Much like this
Now we
possibly.
got double vision at the concert.
Hey!
I think Will's going to be cold as ice and not reach out.
Oh,
though.
wow.
Much like this being an urgent situation, your last lunch with Jack, this could be the last time you and I go to a concert together.
Yeah, I will guarantee you it's the last time you see Foreigner.
So I've only seen Foreigner once. And the thing I remember, and you guys know I remember weird stuff. My man Chief projectile vomited straight vodka.
That is
in the lawn section of Foreigner.
That adjective added to vomit is just like
know,
it's a
terrible.
different level when it's projectile.
It is terrible. By the way, I watched Mayor of Kingstown last night, and there is a scene that has that.
Is
in
it good or bad?
I thought it got a 26 on Rotten Tomatoes, and I gauge a lot of that stuff, but I went on and powered through it. There's a lot to untangle at the beginning. There is a shocking moment in the beginning that I think might have thrown the score off, the audience score and the critic score. But I went through 2 episodes last night, and I thought it was good.
All right. That's
But
Mayor of
there's-
Kingstown.
Yeah, shocking moment in episode 1.
Dave with the line of the day so far. I wondered how long it would take before LT left the show halfway.
Yeah.
He's got a long history of this.
Right after he heard a couple of songs.
It's halftime. Let's go.
All right. Yes, Richard, I invited myself, Jimmy Tack, along tonight.
You really did. Did you have plans for the +1 there?
It's going to be 3. The roommate will go too, but Dunaway doesn't care. Dunaway likes a roommate.
Oh, he does. Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like I like the roommate more than he does.
No, and we'll ask Maggie, and I know what Maggie's answer will be.
Is it going to last past 9?
Yes.
I'm not going.
Negative.
Yeah. All right. A lot to get to, as we said. We'll start off with one comment, and I forget he's bounced by us already, but he wanted to know the name of Wimp's morning show. He says he listens to it every morning, but they never say the name of the show.
I'll ask Wimp because I don't know either.
Yeah, I assume.
Wimp and Sons?
It's Inside the Locker Room, Steven says. Inside the Locker Room with Wimp and Barry. So that's what a couple of you people in the Farm Folio chat room listen to you before you flip on the next round with us, and Wimp's up in the next segment.
El Diablo, man. Can we just call him El Diablo? He's that hot?
He's that hot.
Yeah,
With
that-
11-1. 11-1 is
Never
what
seen
he
it.
is.
Ever.
What he is against the spread. He'll have his blue plate coming up. Last night, the selection show was one of those where we knew a lot was not going to happen, and it did not. This top 7 stayed the same. The one that every typical sports talk radio show host is screaming about this morning is Gary Barta, saying that set aside watching the game.
Did he really say that?
Yeah, that was the comment that everyone's hanging on. Set aside watching the game. When you look at the stats and the metrics, Michigan is better than Michigan State.
I don't understand, Dunaway, why they've chosen to die on this hill.
Yeah.
Why? It's going to sort itself out. All you had to do was put Michigan State in front of Michigan.
That's all you got to do.
The chances of both of them beating Ohio State are pretty low. Guess what? If they do, one of them's going to go to the conference championship game, and it settles it for you. I just really don't understand why they're choosing to die on this.
I agree.
And I think the most important thing really is the eye test. Now, head-to-head is obviously got to be part of that. And look, if you're using the eye test, we all watched Oregon beat Ohio State. We all watched Michigan State beat Michigan. but you can't. That line is completely ridiculous.
Yeah, it was a, and this has been true since the beginning of the College Football Playoff Committee. And Reese tries to be as diplomatic as possible, but he holds their feet to the fire. The people that come out and have to talk occasionally will slip up on live television and say something that becomes headlines. And he said it last night. And I'm not going to sit here and wring my hands that the system is broken or anything like that, because these don't matter. These don't matter yet. And, we won't be talking about Michigan State next Tuesday, because Michigan State's about to get motorboated right out of the college football playoff conversation. You called them the Michigan fraud instead of Michigan State a few weeks ago when you picked Purdue to beat them. And now they're about to get just 19 points is Ohio State's what they're giving to Michigan State this week. 19. That's not enough.
Their only hope is to get into a shootout. I know yesterday Luganville said was to keep the ball away from C.J. Stroud. Anytime they have the ball, they're going to be able to score on this Michigan State defense. So it's almost, if you're Mel Tucker, Peyton Thorne, you need to have the game of your life. Kenneth Walker continue to do Kenneth Walker things, and let's somehow win this game 42-41 in overtime.
What is more interesting to me, Brownie and LT, is the BCS. If we were using the BCS computers, as Gary Barter would point out, a lot of the metrics and stats, they love Cincinnati a lot more than the committee does. Here's what the BCS would look like today if we still used it. Georgia, Alabama, 1-2, just like the committee. Then Cincinnati slides in at 3. Ohio State is 4. Then Notre Dame, Michigan, and Oregon. Oregon 3 with the committee. They are 7 in the BCS. And as people are pointing out in the Farmfolio chat room, they're apparently not watching Oregon if they're not watching the games, keeping them at number 3. Oregon is a team that they ran for 306 yards, but if you take the run away from that Oregon team, they are so one-dimensional, and they are not that good of a football team.
Did you guys watch Washington State?
I did. And
De Laura was going in for a go-ahead touchdown, and I just wonder how different that game is if they go up 7-0. And I know it's something you hate. I totally agree with you. You fumble through the pylon.
Oh, it's crazy.
And it's a turnover, and the other team gets a touchback.
Never understood that.
But that's what happened to Washington State, and then Oregon goes right down and goes up 7-0. It was a complete 14-point swing. They lose the game by 14. Oregon has it. They've survived and advanced. They've got the worst loss of any top 10. We've talked about that at Stanford. They've got by far their most difficult game. But if they somehow beat Utah, then I don't know what you do with Oregon.
Well, we feel different about them if they win this game this week. But they are an underdog as the number 3 team in the college football playoff rankings on the road at Utah. Cam Rising has made this Ute team much better. It'll be a test for them. They win that one, we think differently of Oregon. But at this point, since the Ohio State game, they have not performed like the number 3 team in the country.
Well, it's going to be, Cincinnati fans, which I've got more on that coming up later. If they can get past SMU, they will be watching that game with bated breath. It gets them in the top 4. I mean, they're actually going to see their name in the top 4 of the college football playoff. If Utah beats Oregon, I think it's a pretty good chance. I mean, obviously Utah's the favorite. I mean, there is a good chance they win that game.
Well, if Oregon, you guys tell me if I'm wrong on this, and I just tried to do this in my mind last night. If Oregon does lose to Utah and Cincinnati wins out, I don't think you can keep them out of the playoff.
Well, you're gonna. The problem
because
becomes
because
Michigan
of the attrition with the Big Ten.
The problem becomes you would say, well, now if Michigan beats Michigan State or Michigan beats Ohio State, but that's going to knock Ohio State in. They're just going to be crossing paths on the way in. If Alabama beats Georgia, both those will stay in. If Georgia beats Alabama, I don't know what happens to Alabama. I mean, once Cincinnati gets in this thing, the attrition's going to make it hard to keep them out.
Yep.
Especially if Oklahoma loses again, which they're only a slight favorite over Iowa State this weekend.
And Gary Barta and the committee did a little favor to Cincinnati. Houston deserves to be in the top 25, but they're in the top 25. So that would be another ranked win if Houston can survive Memphis this weekend.
Yeah.
You guys are really good over in the Farmfolio chat room. Smuff23 says, Maggie, of course, will not go with you tonight. Foreigner's not a British band. Thank you.
From the sounds of it, no.
Paul says, old lawn stories from the amphitheater are the best lawn stories.
I used to love the lawn at the amphitheater.
We could do a podcast. If we ever do a Mystery Fifth Hour again, I could do some lawn stories for you.
I hated it when they put seats there, and I get it. But, man, the lawn on a August summer night at an amphitheater concert, throw out a blanket and just lay there and listen to music was phenomenal.
There were too many fights. It was kind of exciting when you were a teenager and into your 20s. But, now if I went to the old lawn and the amount of fights you would have to put up with, too much.
Brooks, they've done this Michigan State thing to leave the door open to have Ohio State ranked higher than Oregon down the road. The only reason they've done it, according to Brooks, to have Michigan ahead of Michigan State, to sort of throw a prerequisite out there in case they want to have Ohio State ranked above Oregon at the end here.
See, I don't think it really matters. If Oregon and Ohio State both went out, they're both in.
Yeah, they're both 3 and 4.
So,
one of them's going to be playing a higher
Ohio
seed.
State behind them. It doesn't matter.
But it's the matchups that right now, it would be Ohio State versus Georgia. A lot of people consider those to be the two best teams in the country.
Well, the other issue too, I guess, is if Georgia beats Alabama and everybody else just wins out, you'll have Oregon 2, Ohio State 3, which means they get a rematch.
Yeah, and
I don't know if you want that or not. I don't know.
Yeah, when do you want the rematch if it's going to happen? And Nick's a big fan of. Part of me thinks we need to go 50% committee, 50% computers. We point this out every year. When we get to the final rankings, pull up the BCS rankings and just compare. The top 4 are usually the top 4 in both the computer, the BCS formula, and the College Football Playoff Committee. I think to date it has been that way every year. It gets different 5 after.
Yeah.
But 1 through 4 has been consistent every year, I believe. If I checked that last year.
You guys remind me, really the only really big controversy we've had was the TCU Baylor the first year, right?
Right.
Other than that, there hasn't been just this massive controversy about how did this team get in, how did this team not.
Last year was a little controversial.
Who was it?
Your 4th team, help me out. Who was the 4th team? But it talked about
it was Notre Dame because Alabama destroyed them.
But people talked about should it be A&M? Should it be Cincinnati? Should it be Notre Dame?
Yeah. Since he was unbeaten, Notre Dame's only loss was to Clemson in the ACC title game, and they had beat Clemson earlier. That's what made that tough. They had split.
The problem, though, Notre Dame was coming off getting beaten down in their last appearance. Another interesting thing I thought of last night, if Ole Miss would have played Auburn maybe 2 weeks later, Ole Miss probably has 1 loss, and Ole Miss is right in the middle of this thing.
They really are. They're just.
Where do you guys think? Right, they're number 12. Where would 9-1 Ole Miss be on this thing with their only loss against Alabama?
Their only loss to Alabama, they would be, I think, right now
6 or 7. Right?
They would be somewhere between 6 and 8. They'd be
in front of Notre Dame.
They'd be ahead of Notre Dame.
Yeah.
They'd either be ahead of Michigan State, or right behind Michigan
And
State.
they would need a little. They probably need Georgia to beat Alabama. I don't know. That'd be tough on them because of those 2 SEC teams already in there.
Yeah, that's interesting. Ole Miss having a good year. They are destined for a New Year's Six bowl again, where Hugh Freeze had them. If they can keep winning out, Lane Kiffin and company is part of our opening comments at the morning rounds at nextroundlive.com. This morning. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. Before we get to our Kirby Smart conversation, and Wimp Sanderson, our friend at Bromberg's, can get you ready for the holidays.
Yeah, holiday season is here. If maybe you're thinking about popping the question, they are your diamond specialist, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's, they have established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. You can stop in and see the experts at Bromberg's. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online right now. If you're bored in your cubicle at work, pull it up, go to brombergs.com, or just stop by. See the fine folks today at Bromberg's.
A warning if you've got kids in the car. There's a lot of beeps in this, and we have beeped it out, even though we don't have to on this format anymore. We did it. But you can find this audio several places on social media. I'll say before we play it, and I think everyone on the desk agrees, we hate that this stuff leaks out. It's fun for us because we get to see what it's really like in a locker room from some high-profile people. But Ed Orgeron even hated that leaked out. One of his players sent that out back in 2019 in Tuscaloosa, and it fueled a lot of people to beat them down a couple of times. Brown, you saw this floating around this morning. Any source on who sent this audio out?
Don't know. I mean, it comes from inside the locker room. I have no way to source it.
It's inside the locker room. Allegedly, Kirby Smart down in the cocktail party against Florida. It's at halftime speech, and
it's not a player.
Yeah, don't clutch your pearls here, because it's this is the way every locker room is. I guarantee you, somebody is doing this kind of conversation, this kind of motivation, and he does go on a close to Guinness Book World Record rant of cuss words.
I still remember like yesterday walking out this bitch at the half. The look and the feeling I had. Looking at Tyson, looking at Stokes, looking at those guys. You know what, guys? This is our year. This is our year. We do it how we play. It's 0 to 0, and you make them never want to play again. All that shit they're talking, I love it, Jamar. You didn't say shit. You don't say shit to them. You just laugh and point at the scoreboard. Let me get a picture, JD, pointing at the first scoreboard. Don't say shit to their undisciplined ass. Because we are disciplined. And our ass still don't take the out of them. Physically, I want to break them. I'm talking about break these on defense and offense.
It was my first experience with Kirby Smart. Was in a locker room listening to Kirby. Yeah. And look, he's an animated guy. He's a passionate guy. I agree with you, Dunaway, that this should never get out. The reason I say it's not a player, you're not pulling an iPhone out of your pads.
You wouldn't think so.
I mean, maybe somebody in street clothes has got this, but I just don't understand how this stuff gets out.
Yeah, there's nothing sacred or sacrosanct anymore. I mean, first the bus rant from Bo Davis, now halftime.
Of course, going back to the classic Fletch, 1985. Are you recording this? No, never. So I guess it's been going on for years.
Yeah, Jeremy, now I want to run through the wall. I agree, man. Jay, never been in a locker room without that. Kyle, epic rant. Don't say bleep. Don't say it. Just point at the scoreboard. We're more disciplined than them. Let's put that on the spit meter, with 10 being Lou Holtz and 1 being just a dry mouth guy in the desert. How much spit was flying around as Kirby was doing that?
A lot.
It's a good 7, I'd say.
Yeah, it's a good 7 on the spit meter.
Yep.
But, whether you like the cussing or not, I think it's just, it's part of the locker room. I mean, it's stuff that goes on. And, I don't know if you guys watch Ted Lasso, but one of the latest episodes, Roy's niece gets in a little trouble from cussing in kindergarten. And he tries to have a teaching moment with her. And he's like, look, you want to be a doctor, a veterinarian? You can't cuss like this. I'm a footballer. This is what we do.
This is what we do.
This is the language.
It's our native language.
Yeah, and look, if you've been around it, I mean, it's just kind of the way it is.
Yeah, never look at the scoreboard from Kirby.
Mr. Bobby Johnson of Vanderbilt back in the day.
Wimp probably dropped a cuss. Does he even cuss?
Jim.
Let's see. Wimp's coming up next. Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at Redmond Distilling, Redmond Vodka. If you feel like you have to cuss, maybe relax at night with a nice, respectful vodka from Redmond.
Redmond Vodka, it's locally owned and operated. I saw our friend Charles Barkley talking about it on set last night. Not only the Redmond Vodka, but also your new favorite simple classic gin, Vulcan Gin. Both are gluten-free, 8 times distilled. You're going to love the products. Pick it up at your local package store, including the Beverage Place or Pink Package. Also the ABC stores. Fastest growing distillery in Alabama is Redmond. Pick up a bottle today.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this: how do I set up the appointment? You can do it 2 ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. Fall weather is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. If you need to move, you only need 2 men and a truck. Local or long distance, they can pack it, load it, move it, unload it, and arrange it when you get there. See more details at 2menandatruck.com or call the Tuscaloosa Northport location, 205-614-8522, 205-614-8522. And guess what? You can get a free quote on your moving cost up front, to or from campus, from your apartment to your next home, or from Tuscaloosa to L.A. Your next move starts and ends with 2menandatruck.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com. The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Say you had the greatest job in the world, which everyone knows is crafting pumpkin fresh frozen custard desserts at Culver's. Here would be your typical day. Pour farm fresh dairy into the custard maker and run continuously all day. Add real pumpkin puree and pumpkin pie spice, then craft our pumpkin spice shake or salted caramel pumpkin concrete mixer. Yum! Serve with a great big pumpkin lovin' smile.
Just like that, pumpkin's back at Culver's, but not for long. Welcome to Delicious.
Wimp Sanderson for a good 15 minutes in just a second after he's fresh out of the locker room with Barry this morning. But first, Wimp, about our friends at Gutter Cap, man, a great time to improve your home and get off that ladder.
Yeah, it's one of the most dirty, dangerous jobs around, and just pulling the ladder out and cleaning the gutters out. You don't want to do it. Get Gutter Cap. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping out the debris. Eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Almost a 20-year service record right here in Birmingham from my friend Chris Stewart. And right now, 45% off the retail price for the viewers and listeners of the Next Round. This is for December installs. Call now, 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it, Gutter Cap.
To the Pepsi hotline, the Coach Wimp Sanderson with us, courtesy of the Rentalworks division of Craneworks. Welcome in, Coach. How are you?
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate David having me on. Appreciate Craneworks.com having me on, and I do not think that was Kirby.
You don't think it was 100% Kirby?
It was Kirby.
Who else would it be?
I don't think it's Kirby.
Okay. I mean, it may not be Kirby. That's why I said allegedly.
Well, why do you think it's not
Kirby? I don't think it's Kirby.
Why so?
I would bet my right testicle that was Kirby.
Let's
you better get your knife out.
Yeah. Wow.
He's got to be on shot too.
On a knife too. That's gonna be a rough way to lose it.
Do you want a shot? Do you want a shot before I cut it out?
Well, he went right because his left one's the favorite one.
It kind of is that way.
Why do you?
We'll whack that right off real quick. Bring me my hey Brownie, bring me my whacker.
You'll need it. Hey, so why do you think it's not Kirby?
Oh, it just doesn't sound like Kirby to me.
I thought it
just doesn't sound like it sounds like a more of a it just doesn't sound like a grown guy to me.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean that's the way a locker room sounds, though, right?
Oh, yeah. In some cases it does. Yeah, and in some cases it doesn't. You take your defense on one side and the offense on the other side, and then you bring them together.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. We coached the 8A game several years ago, and again, it was just a spring game, but I am told by Alabama players that it was very much like an actual game. The thing that shocked me the most about it, I don't know about you guys, and Wimp, this would not surprise you, but the thing that shocked me the most about it is how chaotic the halftime locker room seemed. You had offense on one side, defense on one side. Golding was yelling at the defense. Loxley was yelling at the offense, and it was just like this cacophony of sound. And Nick Saban's just strolling around like nothing's going on. Yeah. I mean, it was. I was blown away by it.
He was walking back.
Well, he may bring them together and say
he does at the very end. But during the yelling, he's just walking around with his jaw in between a cheek and a gum.
Hey, before we get into all this football, last night basketball, Alabama gets the win over South Alabama, 73-68, and this last night is why I think just making it to the college basketball Final Four is the toughest thing in sports. Winning a basketball national championship is the toughest thing in sports because Alabama and South Alabama, there's a gap in talent, but on a given night in the sport of basketball, I mean, that was a dogfight last night, and South Alabama was playing great. Alabama didn't have their A game, and they got out a win. I think that says a lot about that team last night to get a win in that kind of game because I think other Alabama teams in recent years would have lost that game last night.
Well, probably. They had too many turnovers, but they have Keon Ellis and Miles Kidd played well, and Shaq is a good player. So they've got a good, quick basketball team. The big guy inside is going to have a
Bediako. That kid's going to be really good.
Yeah. He's going to be good. Yeah. He's got a lot of work to do, but he has a chance to be very good. And they need an inside presence like that. So you need to win all your home games because you're going to lose some on the road probably. And it was a good win for them, and they'll play this coming Friday night, I think. So Alabama's off to a decent start. They're playing 5 games that they're very winnable for them, and not trying to coach their team. And then after that, then they'll go to some games that are a little bit more difficult for them. So we'll see what happens. They're honoring 2 of my final 2 teams, and so I'm tickled to do that this year.
Oh, good.
Wimp, I don't know where you are on Oregon and Utah. I don't want to, jump the script here if you've got that game as your lock, but
no, it's not.
Okay. Well, I've got a feeling, and I've said this for weeks, that Utah is the best team in the Pac-12. I think they're going to win this week. And if they win and Cincinnati wins out, it's going to be difficult now where the committee has Cincinnati to keep them out of a college football playoff. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think it is, but I think they're going to try to find a way. I think they'll slide, Michigan in there, Notre Dame in there. Of course, that can all happen if Michigan has to beat Ohio State naturally. I would like to see a team like that get in, but I'm not sure they're good enough. And I'm not sure either, LT, if how big is the ticket sales, is the interest and all, is that going to affect the Final Four if Cincinnati's in there? Is it or not? I don't know the answer.
Yeah, I don't know, and I kind of agree with you. I think Cincinnati was a better team in September. I think they were a much better team last year. I don't think they're one of the top 4 teams in college football, so I don't know what happens here.
I think it's a pretty big mess, and we've got the thing. It's would be interesting. I think college football has screwed themselves up personally. All 3 of you would go, "Oh, Wimp," when they put Oklahoma and Texas in the SEC. What you've done, you've got a ruined ACC, got an ACC league with nobody in there except Notre Dame, and Clemson's going to fall on some hard times. You've got a Big 12 now; it's no good. And the Big 12 was better than the ACC to start with, and now it's going to be no good. You got a Pac-12 that's very questionable, and the only thing you've got left is a Big Ten and a SEC. And I think taking those two teams, I don't think that's good for football. Let me put it to you right. I don't think that's good for football over the long stretch. And it may be everybody may be giddy about this, and I'm negative and all that kind of. Over the long stretch, I don't think it's good for football.
The coach, Wimp Sanderson, with us, courtesy of the Rentalworks division of Craneworks. He is on the Pepsi hotline. I don't want to blow by what you just said there. You think Clemson's about to fall on hard times?
Well, I don't know if they're going to fall on hard times. They had a lot of injuries and a lot of problems, but and the league is such that they're going to win most of the games unless Miami gets another coach or Virginia gets as good as they need to get, and so we'll see. You're going to have a Wake Forest Virginia ACC championship game. Let me go to sleep on that one. So that's the way that league is. And I know that we've got it all in one barrel, and you guys who do radio and do a great job, you get you really have something to zero in on when they do get into the league. But is it best to have those leagues very questionable? The way you're going to have the Big 12 very questionable? I don't think it is. I know I'm on the negative side of that, but it doesn't make any difference about me anyway.
No. I don't disagree with you at all. I think that it's good having teams to cheer against if you're an SEC fan, right? It's good to have people not in your league for the postseason. If everybody's in your league, it becomes very SEC-centric. I understand what you're saying, and I think it'd be a pretty 50-50 or maybe a majority people favoring your way. Wimp Sanderson's with us on the Pepsi hotline before we get to his Blue Plate special.
Let me tell you something else, Jim, while you're saying that. Excuse me.
That's okay.
I think the structures of it is Oklahoma going to be in the East. I think when you think about structuring 16 teams, 8 in each league, it's going to be very interesting to structure those in a way that's going to be the best way to do it.
Yeah, that's the most fascinating thing that is left to do, no doubt, is how to structure that thing out. I do want to ask you one more thing that we're seeing a lot of right now, and that's administrations firing coaches early in the season. I mean, we've already had 12 coaches fired, and we're not to Thanksgiving yet. And some of those happened earlier. It almost happens every weekend now. Brett McMurphy says he's expecting over 25 coaches that'll blow past 25 coaches to lose their job. When you're a Lincoln Riley or people like that who have to answer the question almost daily about your name popping up in coaching searches, how distracting can that be of you doing your job of coaching your team?
Well, it can be some. You kind of set it off pretty quickly, like Jimbo did. I think the signing date in December is a killer. You guys fussed at me when I kept talking about the transfer portal, which you agree with me a little bit more now, because all the quarterbacks in the world will be transferred when the season's over. You can bet on that. They're all transferred in, and they'll all be transferring out. And you said to me, you're bragging about that, but the coaches leave it any time they want to leave. They make all that money, and I got that, and that's a business for them and a job for them. But I do think it's going to be interesting to see with the signing date in December. That's terrible. The signing date needs to be in August and then on up in February. Where if a guy comes in, he's got to get out of there real quick in order to try to get the players he can get. And I think the signing date being put in there in December is
no. I agree 100% with you there. Again, I thought August before the season was the early signing period, and then the traditional one in February. Putting it in December. It just screws it all up, and I agree 100% with you again. Yes.
Yeah, it just runs it into a big fat mess to me. And the coaches are trying to get out and make their money, and you're saying that the players should be able to transfer when they want to. Now they can transfer one time, and if you study the quarterbacks, and you guys do, and all the game on all the teams around, every cotton picking one of them are transfers.
Yep.
And you think that the guy that started at Oklahoma this year, he's 88 now at the gate. Fact is, they shut the door in the last game of the season. He's gone. So it's a what have you done for me lately kind of thing. I think y'all had some good comments when y'all fussed at me about the coaches, and you were to some degree right, but it's difficult.
All right, he is the coach, Wimp Sanderson. He's presented by the Rentalworks division of Craneworks. He is on the Pepsi hotline, and it is time. He's 11-1 for his Blue Plate special.
Here we go. Music. Music.
Blue Plate special. Sitting in a mayonnaise jar on Sonny Smith's porch.
Well, y'all, I had 3, and I had one already set to do. And I'm about to change.
Oh,
and I don't
don't overthink it.
That's a mouthful right
You
there.
are 11-1. Do not overthink this, Coach. Play your gut.
Okay. There are 3 games that I messed with and looked at.
Okay.
Were Oklahoma State, Texas Tech.
Right.
Ohio State, Michigan State.
Uh-huh.
Michigan at Maryland.
Okay.
I don't know how well Michigan defends the pass.
Mm-hmm.
I think Michigan is going to score a bunch of points. They're going to run the football and keep the football longer. And I think Ohio State 19 points is those are the 2 I've got it down to.
Okay.
Ohio State, Michigan State, and Michigan and Maryland. And I don't know which one to pick.
Wow,
and
go
ahead.
I was a swing and a miss. I'm not even
Huh?
close.
I'm not even close
to you.
on my prediction. Yeah. We all try to predict it.
I thought you were going to take Wisconsin.
Do y'all like Ohio State, Michigan State?
I think Lance and Jim really like Ohio
I have
State.
to excuse myself, much like people that pick are actually broadcasting the games. It's an 11 o'clock game, so I have to excuse myself, but I do like Ohio State.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to go Oklahoma minus the 4.
And you had Notre Dame.
I also had Notre Dame, Wisconsin, and Baylor as potentials.
Both you and Jim thought
I'm going to go the Ohio State, Michigan State deal.
Taking Ohio State. I thought you were going to go Pitt minus the 14.5.
Now, are you taking Ohio
was I
State?
wrong? But now that I've done this, was I wrong on Michigan, Maryland?
No. Tagovailoa is not a good quarterback. I'm going to say that.
But he's dangerous enough that he could pull an upset.
Watching him Saturday night,
just to clear it up, are you taking Michigan State to beat Ohio State or cover, or are you taking the favored Ohio State?
Jim,
I'm taking Ohio State to beat them and cover the 19.
Do you listen to the everything?
I think that's a great play, Wimp.
Well, I hope.
All right, so the Blue Plate, which is smoking hot, picking top 25 favorites every single week, but he's done it 12 times and he's won 11 of them.
Well, you'll get on to me next week, Brownie, because I changed in the last half of the ninth to 2 out.
Well, that's okay.
When I got on the show, I was thinking about doing Michigan, Maryland, but I'm not.
Okay, all right. I hope you win because I love you winning. All right, the Coach Wimp Sanderson, presented each week by the Rentalworks division of Craneworks.
Well, Craneworks is a equipment rental division company. Rentalworks is the source for all your home projects, and if you'll get on craneworks.com, you can find everything about them you need to. David does a terrific job, David Upton, and hopefully you'll check out Craneworks and tell them you heard it on our show. I'll talk to you guys next week.
Thank you, Wimp. Love you.
Thank y'all. Love you.
That is the coach with us on the Pepsi hotline.
I would say, if you're out there just listening, Ohio State is a great play, but again, it's an 11 o'clock play. I can't touch it. I think he's on a winner, Dunaway.
Yeah, I do too.
I think so too.
I think it's an easy play again this week. Ohio State motorboats Michigan State.
Now, as far as Michigan, I always think that Maryland's one of those teams that could, up and scare someone. Michigan's playing really good football right now, and watching, I don't know. Maryland seems lost right now.
All right. Still a lot to get to. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Precision Sports. Injury update. LT could be a right testicle down and a lot more injuries to talk about. Thanks to our friends at Precision Sports.
From pediatrics to geriatrics, those injuries are starting to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates location right there in Jasper, Alabama. Now with 14 total providers, you can make that same-day appointment for orthopedic and sports medicine care. Call 855-219-6200 or go online, precisionsportsortho.com.
Interesting yesterday, George Pickens, non-contact jersey, getting more and more reps in practice. Kirby Smart still not ruling him out at some point coming back and playing from Georgia this year. He's getting more and more reps. Maybe he'll be there for Georgia Tech, maybe in the SEC championship game, maybe just for the playoffs. But Pickens not hanging him up for the Dogs yet, according to Kirby Smart. We're back in a moment on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2020, but I've been crazy about fishing since I was a kid. My new job, it gives me plenty of time off, so I know I'll be back to the lake in no time. I'm making great money, staying in shape at the gym at work, and I have a take-home car which saves the miles on my truck. And it's not all cops and robbers either. You know, during my training, I learned to do an aerial search in a helicopter. Who gets to do that at work? Last week, we helped find a veteran suffering from Alzheimer's who just wandered off. See, that's a job I can feel great about doing.
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and Insta.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hemp Hill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemp Hill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemp Hill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemp Hill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident and ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com.
Hey y'all, whether you're a scratch golfer or just out on the course for fun, at southernbeeclothing.com, we know that looking great is at least half the game. And we have the fine leisure attire you're going to want for all your favorite outdoor events. Visit southernbeeclothing.com and read our story to find out how a whirlwind romance accidentally led to the creation of Southern Bee Clothing. southernbeeclothing.com. That's southernbeeclothing.com. Don't forget the .com.
Anytime you use the phrase world famous, it means something. Gus's Fried Chicken is in fact world famous. It's been featured in GQ, Forbes, The Washington Post, on the Food Network, and the Travel Channel. And Gus's recipe has been around since 1953. It's routinely ranked the top spot for the best fried chicken in multiple U.S. publications. Visit 2201 2nd Avenue South or online GusFriedChicken.com. Gus's is a great catering option for office and holiday parties, and they even cook on site. Get the family meal on the drive home at 2201 2nd Avenue South or visit online GusFriedChicken.com.
I mentioned in basketball last night, Alabama getting big games from Shackelford and Keon Ellis, 18 each from them, as Alabama and Shackelford beat South Alabama 73-68, tied, trailed at the half, 7 of 27 from 3. Also last night, Troy They get Jack State in triple overtime. Great game, 69-65. Cincinnati beat Alabama A&M. Iowa State beat Alabama State. And Seton Hall upset number 4 Michigan last night, 67-65. That's a scoreboard update brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, make sure you check out our friends at Hemp Hill. Look, if something is not running right, if it's not flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. I experienced this just a couple of months ago. First call I made to Adam, Chad, Andrew, and the team at Hemp Hill Services. They're the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. It is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Mark's on the road to North Carolina, guys, and he says, thanks for entertaining me on the drive. Please give your thoughts on Clemson versus Wake Forest, where Wake Forest, right now in the rankings, number 10, underdogs to Clemson. Your thoughts on that game?
I mean, I'm not surprised that Clemson is the favorite because it is the brand still. It's in Death Valley. And Wake Forest defense has not played well right now.
Yeah, but we keep seeing Clemson go up against bad defenses and think this will be the game. Yep. This is the game where they find their offense, and they still don't find their offense.
Oh, Wake's a better team.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, Wake's a better team, but they're not going to be able to score at the pace they normally score on Brent Venables' defense. So, can they win this in a lower scoring game? I think they can. I would probably still take Clemson there.
I would stay away from this game.
Yeah.
Here's the key to me is, can Wake Forest man up enough to stop Clemson from running the football? The easy path to victory is running the football. It takes it out of the struggling passing game that they've had at Clemson, takes that out of their hands, controls the clock, keeps Sam Hartman off the field. Can Clemson run with ease? And if they can, Clemson wins the football game. If Wake Forest mans up, and they've struggled to do that defensively.
So has Clemson struggled to run with ease, too. So
yeah, Wake Forest, though, that was the Army game, right? That was
right.
A pretty
Army ran up down the
game,
field on them. Yeah, Army ran on them. North Carolina did anything they wanted on them.
My gut here is Clemson wins this thing.
I would agree.
In a less than typical Wake Forest-like fashion. Not as high scoring as what they've done. But Sam Hartman has been, he's a guy that probably should be getting more talk in the Heisman Trophy than he is getting right now. Let me tell you about Odie's before we go to the sound of the game. Speaking of Heisman, we'll hear from Will Anderson on the Heisman Trophy in just a second. Odie's brings us the sounds of the game.
Rockstar, it is Wednesday night. That means
Trivia Foreigner. Trivia.
Yeah, Odie's Team Trivia. Me and Rocky Will Haver will take stage about 8 o'clock. Get there a little early. Enjoy some of the incredible food Rodney Davis cooking up for almost 3 decades now. The award-winning wings, delicious burgers, salads, my personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich. You can enjoy the fall weather outside of the patio. Watch some action tonight. Ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Come join us, Odie's Team Trivia. It's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern, right there in Crestline Village.
Will Anderson sees what all of his teammates are saying in interviews about him being up for the Heisman Trophy. LT's got a thought about Will Anderson and betting on him to win the Heisman in a second, but here's what the big stud Alabama linebacker says about the Heisman conversation.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the kind of buzz and campaign for you to be in the Heisman conversation, but just what are your thoughts on that? Is that something you even pay attention to?
I'm just focused on getting to a natty, trying to finish these last 2 games strong and getting to the natty. That's all we worry about as a team, all I'm worried about.
I love that guy's attitude.
Well, I think
every time he's standing behind that microphone answering questions, I love what he says.
He's probably the best player in college football.
I would agree.
Ndamukong Suh was a runner-up for the Heisman when he had 12.5 sacks and 21 tackles for loss. Right now, what does Will Anderson have? I think he's got 13 sacks, and I think he's got 25 tackles for loss. Again, he's got 2 great opportunities against Arkansas and Auburn and TJ Finley. I mean, he could end up with 16, 17 sacks, 30-plus tackles for loss.
Will Anderson leads the nation with 12.5 sacks. That's a sack and a half ahead of Javon Solomon of Troy, by the way, the 2 national leaders right here in our state.
And by the way, before the Heisman voting closes, he'll have 3 games.
Yeah.
If, in fact, Alabama does get to Atlanta.
23 tackles for a loss leads the nation.
Yeah, so I think by then he's got 30 tackles for loss. He's got over 15 sacks.
And as you said, high-profile games on CBS, and CBS, and that big slot with the coast. Everyone in America sees those games. Arkansas and Auburn with quarterbacks that are either the backup for Auburn or KJ Jefferson not 100% like he was to start the year, and then the high-profile game against number 1 unbeaten Georgia. If you have a big game, he's probably at least getting a seat in New York.
Well, look, and there's 3 guys. I mean, there's more guys that are in front of him, but right now you can grab Will Anderson at 80-1 is the number that I saw. So you think about it, you put $100, you win $8,000 on that return. I mean, there's a lot of value there. Your favorite is still Bryce Young, and then you've got C.J. Stroud and Kenneth Walker, but one of those two will cross each other out this weekend because one of those two, once they go to 2 losses, in my opinion, is going to be out of the picture, and it's going to be Bryce Young, probably C.J. Stroud, and then it's going to be a field of other guys. And I do believe that Will Anderson, with the value you're getting at 80-1, take a shot on that.
All right, as we approach the top of the hour here, I'll tell you Bill Clark. We'll hear from him in the headlines coming up about their big showdown game and what Lincoln Riley said about Luganbill's comments on our show yesterday. That's all at the top of the hour. Rockstar's got 3 and Out. The show brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yes, Mortgage Right, they have been here day one with us, and home means something different to everyone, but at Mortgage Right, home always about you. Their top priority is helping you navigate the home buying landscape, and their team of experts, they are here to answer questions and provide solutions. Whether you're in the market for your first home or looking to refinance the one you already own, Mortgage Right is here to guide you every single step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2019, but I've been a beach bum for as long as I can remember. My folks took us down to the Gulf every summer, and even now, I can't wait to get back. Thanks to the freedom and flexibility of my new job, I know my next beach trip is never far away. In the meantime, I'm making great money, get paid to work out, and even have a take-home car to save miles on mine. Best of all, I spend my days helping people, sometimes on the worst days of their lives. That's a job that makes a difference. Not bad for a beach bum, huh?
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and on Insta.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Sometimes it's not just losing the weight, but keeping the weight off. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I told you how Weight to Wellness helped save my life. They helped me lose 45 pounds. They got my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. And now they're helping me keep that weight off throughout the football and holiday season. You can see more online at aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Every plan is individually designed. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. See it all on the website, aplanforme.com. Weight to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. The best food with the best sports is at Walk-On Sports Bistro, and they're now hiring for the Stadium Trace location near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons has top pay for experienced kitchen staff, servers, bartenders, bussers, hostesses, and to-go cashiers. And yes, health benefits are available. Go by the new Walk-Ons location at Stadium Trace in Hoover and apply today. Hiring is happening on-site 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. This is your chance to join the championship team at Walk-Ons Sports Bistro in Hoover. Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
More college football to start this hour off, and then we'll do 3 and Out away from sports. Rockstar has our... Does Rockstar have our 3 and Out today?
It's tomorrow, Jim.
Tomorrow. So it's LT with our 3 and Out coming up in this segment. Before he gets out of here, Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, and John Lunsford back there with you as we broadcast from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio high atop the Blue Lake Center today. Our headlines this hour, starting us off, brought to you by our friends at Ship Happens. LT will tell you about Ship Happens in just a second, but Alabama basketball, number 14 in the country last night, beating South Alabama 73-68. They get the win last night. Tonight, Michigan State and Butler, St. John's in Indiana, and then Thursday, UAB's on the road at South Carolina. No change in the top 7 of the college football playoff rankings. Georgia, Alabama, Oregon, Ohio State, top 4. Cincy won out at number 5. We'll talk a little bit in a second about Lincoln Riley at Oklahoma, what he said. But yesterday, Texas AD Chris Del Conte said that he does not want the Texas fan base to, quote, splinter, that he gives full support to the players and Steve Sarkisian right now. A little early in the Sark era to getting the vote of confidence from the AD.
When the AD has to go to bat for you and you're not even out of year 1, that's a tough run right there.
Man, if I would have told you back in August that by Thanksgiving the AD has to release a statement like that, this is crazy.
I'll tell you what's even crazier. If you had told me at halftime of the Red River that the AD had to release this statement.
4-1 and up a bunch.
Yeah, 4-1 and running Oklahoma out of the Cotton Bowl.
You would almost think it was off the field something.
Yeah, really.
Yep. Last night, 3 MAC games. Toledo wins it easily. Great game, Eastern Michigan, Western Michigan. Late touchdown, 22-21. Eastern beats Western. And also Miami of Ohio now a half game up in the East as they beat Bowling Green 34-7. Northern Illinois and Buffalo tonight at 6 on ESPN2. Central Michigan, Ball State, 6 o'clock on ESPNU. Northern Illinois trying to hold off Central Michigan in that race for the MAC championship playoff spot there. All right, Bill Clark yesterday at his news conference talking about UAB on the road at unbeaten and number 22 in the college football ranking, UTSA. A must-win situation for the Blazers to get back to the Conference USA championship game. Here's Bill.
I'm sure for them, I see what they say and talk about, to be the champ, you got to beat the champ and playing at home. So they've got their motivators and we got ours. And I think, anytime you play an undefeated team, it doesn't get any bigger for us than the conference championship. So, that's what we work for. That's what this is. Them being undefeated and ranked makes it even bigger, but it just tells you how good they are.
Yeah, they are good, and LT clued us in on that way back week 1 of the season. Watch UTSA, but here come the Blazers, and I believe in that, man. To be the best, you got to beat the best. To be the champ, you got to beat the champ, and that's what the Roadrunners have to do this week against UAB. They got to beat the champs.
Well, and it's going to be about UAB's defense. Going back to the Marshall game, you talked about McBride running the football, but last year when they beat the Roadrunners, I think they held them to 13 points. So look, this is the best right now in CUSA, but we are the defending champs. And to get back to where we want to be, we've got to go on the road. We've got to win this game. We have got to win out. I mean, that's the mentality right now. And if they're going to do it, it's going to be with defense.
There is something to say there, Brown, that this is the if you play only for a conference championship, then that really is what is available to you for most group of fives, right? Is to play for a conference championship. This is the start of a playoff run. There's no margin for error. You've got to win 3 games to be champs again.
There's no doubt. UAB does not play another game that is not a must-win for them.
That's right.
I mean, that is it. UTSA might. If they can beat UAB, then the next game's not a must-win. They're in the conference championship game. But UAB, because of that Rice loss, they've put themselves in a situation now where everything is a must-win for them. What's interesting this game to me is both these teams like to run the football. That's really where they base their offense. That's right. These are the top 2 run defenses in the conference. So I just really like this matchup. I still think UAB wins it, but I think it's such an interesting matchup.
It really is about winning conference championships and putting yourself in the best bowl you can, because you look at the Roadrunners right now, what Jeff Traylor's been able to do with this. And again, there are 3 undefeateds. It's Georgia, it's Cincinnati, it's UTSA. And UTSA is 22nd right now in the college football rankings. So even if they win out, can they even crack the top 15?
They've played nobody, so no.
Yeah. And you know, they do have a couple of name wins, Illinois and Memphis.
Yep.
That are good name wins for a program like UTSA. But what Bill Clark said there, keep in mind, not only has UAB won 2 of the last 3 Conference USA championships, they've won 3 straight Western Division championships. So the ceiling for UTSA has been UAB for 3 straight years now. They are the team to get to the championship game you got to go through, and they get them at home, Alamo Dome, good atmosphere. They'll have a good crowd there. It's a big challenge for UAB this week. 2:30. Of course, it's on national TV, right? Nope. ESPN Plus on the stream. You can catch that this week for that one, UAB and UTSA. Yesterday on the show, Tom Luganbill, just in a passing conversation with us, we were talking about how distracted Oklahoma looked this past week, how they didn't have their best offensive game, and really some unique decisions of Caleb Williams getting his hand stepped on, his throwing hand stepped on, continuing to play, getting pulled, Spencer Rattler coming in. Lincoln Riley said afterwards it was for a spark, looking for a spark. Caleb Williams came back, so obviously not injured too bad, came back into the game a little bit later on. So a lot of that had a lot of people in the country starting to wonder, Lincoln Riley possibly distracted about another job. We asked Luganbill if he thought maybe LSU. A lot of people have said, you know, could he go to LSU? Could he be up for an NFL job? 32 of those out there usually bouncing around in a coach's head. Lincoln Riley yesterday gets asked about the LSU opening in specific. Here's his answer.
A lot of speculation in recent days connecting you with the LSU job or talk around that. Have you or any of your representatives had contact with them, and just what's that like to handle that in the middle of the season?
It's nothing to handle, I mean, it's pretty easy. I coach the University of Oklahoma football team, and you guys know me. You know how I feel about this place and this program. So we've all been down this road many times before. You guys know where I stand on that, and that hadn't changed.
You grade these answers, Brown.
That was a C. It was a C. It wasn't an F. We've seen Fs. That was a C right there. That was, I'll answer the question. I won't say no outright. I'll be kind of vague on where I stand, and there's really just nothing to talk about. It's not a hard no. It's not one of those where I watch and I say, oh, he's gone.
I agree. I mean, it's middle of the road. You know how I feel about this place? Well, of course. They're paying you millions of dollars. Right. They gave you your first opportunity to be a head coach. But it's open-ended right now, and I think the A answer was Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah, I got ranches here. I'm not going anywhere. I'd be stupid. I'd be out here recruiting. I got maybe the number one, could be the number one the really high signing class. Why would I want to go fight that signing class when I'm coaching at LSU?
Lincoln Riley could easily shut this down. Hey, look, I don't know how many college football playoffs LSU's been in. I think 1. I've been there 4 times personally. We're about to go to the SEC. I believe in this program. I have yet to accomplish what I want to accomplish. It's winning a national championship. I'm going to do this for this fan base. You guys gave me an opportunity. I'm going nowhere. Yeah. That's an A.
Can we? I don't know if Rockstar can play it again, but Dave is right. We always look for this too. Where does the eye contact go?
Yeah.
Normally when a guy goes
to the podium.
Bingo.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's why I'm saying he could look. Hey, get this on wherever you guys want it. I've got a goal to accomplish in Norman. I'm not doing it anywhere else. I'm doing it here. I am staying at Oklahoma. You can write that down. I can guarantee you I'm going nowhere until you run me off.
Dave says, watch the eye contact. That's what Dave says. Watch the eye contact.
It does cut straight to the podium.
Speculation in recent days connecting you with the LSU job or talk around that. Have you or any of your representatives had contact with them, and just what's that like to handle that in the middle of the season?
It's nothing to handle. I mean, it's pretty easy. I coach the University of Oklahoma football team, and you guys know me. You know how I feel about this place and this program. So we've all been down this road many times before. You guys know where I stand on that, and that hadn't changed.
That's back and forth. We got a little back and forth there. I don't know.
Really hadn't been down this path. There was speculation that maybe he would take the Cowboys job. That was his dream job. It really never festered to a point where it was a legitimate possibility. So this is the first time that we've heard Lincoln Riley mentioned with a major job. And I agree with Brown. I don't know how you feel about it. That seems like a C answer. It seems open-ended. And I kind of get this feeling. I know we're just what were we called, a podcast?
It's a radio podcast.
A radio podcast somewhere.
Some radio podcast.
But if I had to lean one way or another, I kind of lean if he's offered that job, he takes LSU.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch. Rockstar, can you or Forrester real quickly find me Claymation, since it's the holiday season, the young Santa, the Kris Kringle?
Oh, no, it's dead on. You're right. Yeah.
If you can find the Claymation picture of that Lincoln Riley with that beard there in Movember here, no shave November.
Yeah.
And the Claymation Santa, Kris Kringle, the young one, young Santa, that one right there, the one with the beard, that one.
It's not red, but there's a little Lincoln Riley in that.
That's got a little Justin Turner to it.
A little Justin Turner in the beard.
Yeah. There's one with the beard's not quite that big, but that's a little Lincoln Riley there.
Yeah.
At the Christmas party there in Norman, Oklahoma. All right, 11 after. Let's do 3 and Out. Every day it is brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. They've been bringing us our 4 downs for years and years, 4 great locations.
Yeah, again, stop in, locally owned and operated. Anything you and your family need. They can take a look at those brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, since we're talking Oklahoma, better chance of happening. Oklahoma wins the playoff game this year, or Lincoln Riley takes another job. That would be Oklahoma playing for a national championship.
I mean, I don't think they're going to get to the playoffs. So I would say the better chance Lincoln Riley takes another job.
I don't think they get to the playoffs now. Jeremy Purvis from Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing says, I wouldn't leave Oklahoma for LSU now that Oklahoma is coming to the SEC. I could see that. I could see why you would stay at Oklahoma for sure. I'm going to say better chance Lincoln Riley, not saying it's LSU specifically, but better chance Lincoln Riley takes another job.
I think if Lincoln is smart, I think I would spurn LSU because you think of the loyalty. If they were to offer that job,
right. No, I get a cash in.
Down, you're going to get a cash in. Everybody's going to be behind you, and you are going to the SEC. I've just got a weird feeling that if this is legitimate, that he might take that job.
Second down.
Better chance of getting in, 12-1 ACC champion Wake or 11-1 Notre Dame.
Well, the problem there is Cincinnati.
They're pretty tight on their rankings right now.
They are, but don't
Notre
always
Dame
right.
8, 10, Wake Forest.
Problem there is Cincinnati. You got to put Cincinnati in ahead of Notre Dame because of the head-to-head.
Yeah, but I'm saying, so I should have reframed the question. Cincinnati loses again.
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
Over Wake Forest.
Yep.
I think so. What's that? Notre Dame down the stretch? I don't even know who they play. I have paid so little attention to Notre Dame.
Georgia Tech this weekend, yeah.
Yeesh, who do they play to end the season? Stanford?
Stanford.
Gosh, what an awful ending to the season. And then they're done.
Yep.
Wake's got a more difficult.
Wake's got Clemson, and I don't even know who else, but then they play somebody good in the ACC championship game, Virginia.
They have Wake and Duke, I believe.
No, they'll play Pitt.
Yeah, Pitt or Virginia. I think I may change it. I may go Wake. Yeah. Those two wins don't do a whole lot for you. I mean, Georgia Tech is 3-7. Stanford is just atrocious.
I think at the end of the year, Wake might have more ranked wins than Notre Dame.
I think I'll go Wake on this one.
I'm going to go Notre Dame.
Third down.
Reggie Wayne, the late Indianapolis Colt great, is 43. Better Miami wide receiver, would you go Reggie Wayne or Andre Johnson?
I'm going to go Reggie Wayne. When he was at Miami?
No, I'm talking about just entire career.
Count the pro.
Yeah, I mean, Andre Johnson I thought was
Did
much
I
better
miss
at
Reggie
Miami.
Wayne dying?
No.
You said late. Did he not say late?
The late Miami, like
Former.
Yeah,
He doesn't mean
I would have thought I would have heard Reggie Wayne
It's his
died.
birthday today. He's 43.
Well, I just assumed we were doing the old.
He died on his birthday.
No, we're doing the old birthday and having
The
one out for Reggie.
numbers are pretty equivalent, but I thought Andre Johnson was so much of a better wide receiver. I mean, Reggie had the luxury of playing with one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
Yeah, I mean, he was, he Scottie Pippen to Jordan. He was the other guy, but I thought that opened the door with a great quarterback and opposite of a good receiver. I like Reggie Wayne on that one.
4th down.
Did you answer? I think I'll go Calvin Johnson. I was just shocked that he had died.
It was Andre
Johnson.
I'm glad to know he's alive.
Andre Johnson.
I don't think
totally
Brown's in that
baffled you.
question.
Yeah.
No, when he said that, I was like, "There's no way he's dead."
Hey, also 43 today, Rachel McAdams. I know where Dunaway will go here, but more iconic role for her. Would you go Mean Girls or The Notebook?
Oh, more iconic resonates with more people.
True
Mean
Detective
Girls.
season 2.
Yeah, Mean Girls.
Oh, I don't know. I think Notebook is. I think more people have seen Notebook than
Your,
Mean Girls.
your daughter doesn't know what Notebook is.
When people think Notebook, they think Ryan Gosling.
Yeah, my daughter is 17. She may not know what Mean Girls is.
She 100% knows what Mean Girls
I'll
is.
text her right now and ask
does,
her.
Yeah.
Has she watched it at your house? You seem like you.
I would almost bet anything your daughter has seen Mean Girls multiple times.
Yeah. Oh, I'll text her right now and ask her. I bet she hasn't.
Regina George. That's the direction I would go. I think that was Rachel McAdams' best role.
Apex Predator.
She was great at it.
That is 3 and Out, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Again, locally owned and operated, 4 locations for you. Get in, go see those guys. Get your car winterized, anything you need from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Interesting. We were talking Heisman, Will Anderson, Bryce Young, your betting favorite right now of Alabama. Both of those are Alabama guys, which could open the door for a guy like Kenneth Walker to win this thing. The Athletic pointing out today, leading the nation in rushing yards per game, 147.3. Total rushing yards, 1,473. Tied for the lead in rushing touchdowns, 17. That is the kind of year you have to have as a running back to be the Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah, but you also got to be probably on the best team or one of the best teams. And they're about to take loss number 2 this Saturday. I'd be shocked if he had a big game Saturday, honestly.
Yeah, he needs that win.
He does. He needs to win, and he needs to have a big game because this is the biggest stage they'll be on the rest of the year.
And I could see him have a big game as long as they can go points for points with Ohio State because they can continue their offense and run the football. But if they get behind the 8 ball and they're down 21, they're going to have to scrap the run. It's going to be about Peyton Thorne throwing the football. But I think they lose this weekend. I think there's a good shot they lose to Penn State. They could lose the ball. They could have 4 losses at the end of the year.
They could, but I think this is his stage, Dunaway. If he's going to win the Heisman, it has to be Saturday.
By the way, wonder if he never would have left Wake and he was partnered up right now with Sam Hartman.
That would be phenomenal offense, wouldn't it?
And probably still unbeaten at this point.
Yeah.
Probably because you could have run some of that clock and kept North Carolina off the field.
She says, of course. And I said, how often? She goes, I've watched it at least 10 times.
Yeah, 100%. Iconic movie for anybody in high school. You have to deal with those people all the time. Paul says Andre Johnson better than Reggie Wayne.
You're
That's
right.
what you agree with, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about Calvin?
Calvin was better than both of them.
18 after on the next round. Still to come, Bo Nix, who is up next with us. Bo Nix standing by, fresh off his surgery. We'll get a chance to talk to the injured Auburn quarterback on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Celebrate the gift-giving season with Bromberg's Vietri Holiday Collections. Italian-made and hand-painted, 20% off all Vietri purchases all week long. Make it a holiday to remember with new additions to Bromberg's best-selling Lastra Holiday and Old St. Nick patterns. Handcrafted, timeless artwork for your table with authentic Italian craftsmanship and quality. And did you know you can also create a wish list at Bromberg's? Make it easy for Santa to get you exactly what you want for Christmas this year by creating a Bromberg's wish list. And you can unwrap a gift from Bromberg's that you love.
Suffering from an old sports injury? Or tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics may be able to reduce or eliminate your knee, hip, or shoulder pain, increase your mobility, and get you back in the game. From pediatrics to geriatrics, appointments are available at 9 convenient locations affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit PrecisionSportsOrtho.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction. Dale's Seasoning started right here in Birmingham, Alabama, and now it's #1 in America. And now they've got a new product. It's the Gold Label from Dale's Seasoning, a new condiment-style product. You can dip it, dunk it, or pour it on your burgers, chicken fingers, steaks, and French fries. You guys wanted it, and Dale's delivered. It's available in stores throughout the Southeast. It's a fast, fun, and easy way to enjoy Dale's at your tailgate or cookout. Dale's Seasoning, the new Gold Label. You gotta try it.
You demand a durable machine to withstand extreme worksite conditions? Volvo Construction Equipment assures it with their industry-leading lifetime frame, boom, and arm warranty, offering this through their full range of powerful and fuel-efficient excavators, wheel loaders, articulated haulers, road and compact equipment. You can rest assured quality will exceed expectations. Contact Cowan Equipment to experience this firsthand on your job site. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts and stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Give them a call, 800-239-2694, or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call our friends at Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades. 1-800-239-2694. Or again, you can always visit them online. Go to cowan.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, are you suffering from that lower back pain? Get moving this fall with our friends at Stretch Zone. Great for golfers, runners, desk jockeys, weekend warriors, and more. To learn more, book an appointment, 205-509-2349 or online, stretchzonebeham.com.
Bo Nix in 30 seconds after LT tells us about Michelson and our look back at the most watched game this weekend on television. Michigan and Penn State, 5.9 million people edging out Georgia, Tennessee at 5.8 million, brought to you by our friends at Michelson.
Hey, the first to perform LASIK right here in the state of Alabama way back in 1995. Dr. Mark Michelson is a true pioneer in the industry. If you've been procrastinating, you wear the eyeglasses or contacts, you're wasting money each and every year. Do what I did almost 20 years ago. Make this phone call. Call 969 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. You can get that hassle-free consultation today. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Michelson Laser Vision truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Call today, 969-8100 or online, MichelsonLaserVision.com.
All right, Bo Nix is standing by on the Pepsi hotline. He's presented each week by the Rentalworks division of Craneworks. Unfortunately postponed because of his surgery Monday, but we certainly appreciate him making time for us today. Welcome in, Bo. How you feeling, man?
I'm doing great. How are y'all?
Doing well. Thanks a lot. You got your foot elevated. We're off pain meds. Are we okay for this interview?
Yeah, we're doing good.
I mean, obviously, when you got injured, you knew it was bad. I mean, you had a noticeable limp. Did you realize you were playing on a broken leg, or how much pain were you in?
Well, I had done the actually the same thing my junior year of high school, and broke it, and it was a little bit worse in high school, so I didn't continue to play on it. But this time, it kind of felt similar. Obviously didn't know for sure, but was able to continue to like kind of jog around and move on it, walk on it. And so it didn't just completely take me out of the game. And when I talked to the training staff, I was able to do the things that was necessary to, I guess, stay on the field. And at the beginning, because I was able to do those things, they didn't think it was necessarily broke. And then after the game, when I got back and did the x-ray, it sure enough was broke.
And what an interesting game. You know, you guys scored touchdowns on your first 4 possessions. You were in an absolute zone. Do you think personally in that first half you played your best football?
I think I just playing kind of consistent like I had been playing. We were, like you said, as an offense, we were clicking, and we were all doing pretty good. Then there in the second half, we just kind of didn't have the ball a whole lot. Had just a few drives, and then that's when I got hurt, and that I think changed a little bit of the game.
Bo Nix is with us on the Pepsi hotline as we talk to him post-surgery now. Obviously, your apartment hasn't changed that much. It looks like you're at home getting a little mama loving this week. Is that true?
Yeah, I had to unfortunately come home this week because I couldn't do some of the stuff by myself. And so actually I am here by myself right now. Everybody else is doing their own thing still. But it's just easier to be in the house than I guess in the apartment.
So Bo's doing a little Home Alone right now. It's like it's a holiday movie. Yes.
Are you going to have to use one of those little scooters?
Absolutely. Yep. I had to do it last time and have to do it again because the crutches are not fun. So any way to get off the crutches and to do something else, I'll be on the scooter.
Well, just officially though, are you done for the year, or is this something that you can come back and try to play in a bowl game, or are you targeting spring at Auburn? What's the future plan for you? What are you fighting for here?
You know, that's a great question. Right now, I'm just listening to the doctors and just seeing how I progress from their point of view, and then obviously not going to rush back. My junior year, the same type injury. I was working to get back for the playoffs in high school, and so I was doing everything I could to get back pretty quickly. And I did make a quick return, but I think I could have done it a little bit better and probably helped myself out just a little bit with just rehab and different treatment, and maybe not rush back as fast. Obviously, it was for a big reason, and I would have done it all over again if I was in that same situation. But now I'm going to obviously take what the advice the doctors give and just kind of slow play it and just make sure I get everything back good to go before I rush into playing or anything. So that's most of that. Those answers will be answered with the doctors.
Auburn quarterback Bo Nix with us on the Pepsi hotline. He joins us each week courtesy of the Rentalworks division of Craneworks, the source for all your equipment needs, big or small. They got big equipment like skid steers and excavators, all the way down to the smaller equipment like pressure washers, brush mowers, or trailers. They got it all, and they got equipment operators too. Craneworks.com for more info, craneworks.com. Can you take me, Bo, through the emotions of being told that you've got a serious injury and knowing in the back of your mind that it could cost you the remainder of the season, even though there's only 2 regular season games? Can you take me through the emotion of that? Because you're a competitor. We know that. We know you want to be on the field.
Yeah. So I'll take you back to really the third quarter. It was that long pass, and I knew I had got rolled up on and knew it was kind of significant, knew it wasn't normal. And as I continued to play, it kind of got a little worse as it went on. And then there, just by the end of the game, I had kind of known in the back of my mind that the news was going to come, just because of how worse it got. And so once they told me, obviously it was very, just heartbreaking, just because of just the type of season it's been and how much the game was going and how much I was having a good time just being out there on the field with my teammates and enjoying this year playing football. And then obviously not being able to finish out the season. I can't stand missing games. I can't stand just not being out there. Like just missing practice this week is hard for me, and it's not very fun. But I do think that this is a large part of the game of football, and I kind of can expect stuff like this as I move forward. Obviously, injuries are always going to be a part of the game. This one's just sometimes worse than others. And then obviously we look at Anders, and his is worse than mine. So it's just perspective. It's different perspective that you have to look at from an athlete's point of view. But yeah, it is definitely disappointing. I wanted to play these last 2 regular season games. They had a lot of impact on the season and had a lot at stake. I was just excited to play those, just to get out there and compete again. But it is what it is. I can't go back and change it. And it's just part of it. I just got to move on and just have a good mindset toward it.
But one of the offseason questions for Auburn was who was going to step up at wide receiver. Your leading receiver right now as far as receptions is Kobe Hudson. Watching him again this past weekend, he seems to get better and better, and that sophomore, to me, seems to have star potential.
Yeah, he does. He really played well this week. He really put on a show, made consistent plays, and that was really impressive. He made some tough catches. Made some wild catches too at the same time. And then he did a good job out there blocking and just playing his role at receiver. And then guys like Javarius Johnson, who had a great game, just continue to grow and develop themselves. And so I think just moving forward, that's going to help their confidence. And obviously going into next season, they have a lot to continue to build on, but it'll be exciting to watch them finish out this year.
You know, I'm interested. The last Auburn game you watched on television, I assume you will not be taking a spot up on the travel squad up to Columbia. Will you watch from home? And do you remember the last Auburn game you watched on television?
Last one was a 2018 Music City Bowl, I guess, and right there at the end of my senior season in high school. That's the last one I've watched on TV. Obviously, it is going to be tough traveling this week, just because it's a week out of surgery and still trying to heal, and it's kind of hard to move around and stuff like that. And so probably getting on a plane and going in the best idea may be a little bit may make it a little worse than what it has to be. So I probably will just stick around and watch it from home. Unfortunately, obviously I want to be with those guys and want to travel with them, but because that's some of the best times of being a player is just to travel and being around and hanging out and going to different stadiums. But I will obviously continue to watch them and support them. And hopefully by next week, I'll be able to go to the Iron Bowl. So that's good that it'll be at home next week.
Now we're a weird group here. LT refuses to watch games that his team, his Rams, are involved with because he's very animated. I'm a screamer at the TV as well. Brown's more lethargic watching his teams play.
Well, I'm the Dolphins fan. I've been beaten into submission. That's my problem.
So what about you? When you watch a game, are you a loud viewer, or do you watching Saturday? Are you going to throw a remote? Do you bang a pillow? What do you do when you watch your team play? This will be unique for you.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure, because this is the first time I've watched like my team on TV. Before, it's just been like I was a fan of Auburn. I knew I was going to go. I was committed to them, and obviously after signing day, that was what it was going to be. So it was a different perspective that I had. But now, like being legitimately on the team and knowing that those guys are, just a week ago I was out there playing with them. It's going to be really different. And obviously I'm very competitive, very passionate guy. So I'll probably yell and scream at the TV a few times. But it's just, I'll know those guys are going to go and compete and play with great effort. And so I'm just going to support them and just watch and just give them the time that they deserve.
Bo Nix on the Pepsi Hotline. Before you go, what's your role with TJ Finley? How involved do you get helping him in this process? What is that like for you?
Yeah, well, it'll be different. I'm gonna let the coaches do their job. I'm gonna let TJ prepare like he would prepare, and I'm probably gonna stay out the way just a little bit, not get too much involved. Don't want to be a distraction for him and just mess with his mind or anything like that. He can prepare. He's done it before. He doesn't need my help. And so he'll go out there and he'll do a good job, and he'll do exactly what the coaches tell him to do and do what he's asked to do. And he'll be a good leader for the team. And he's done a good job this year of preparing when his chance has come.
All right, Bo Nix each week with us, presented by the Rentalworks division of Craneworks. Forget those big box stores. Craneworks Equipment Rental Division. Rentalworks is reliable machines and local experts to help you find exactly what you need. Call them for a personalized quote or visit craneworks.com to see their full inventory. Bo is going to continue with us. More of an analyst role now, unfortunately, but he will be back with us Monday. But we wish you the best, Bo. Take care of yourself, man, and we look forward to keeping it going the next few weeks.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Thank you for having me again in War Eagle.
Yeah, you bet, man. Take care. That is Bo Nix, the Auburn quarterback, with us on the Pepsi Hotline, presented each week by the Rentalworks division of Craneworks. I don't know that anybody questioned his toughness before. I don't think you can talk about his ability, his whatever, his toughness. I don't think really could have been questioned before, but my gosh, if you were, you can now.
Yeah, absolutely. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Nut Dust. When it's that time, you wake up, you're going to do a hard 8 hours of work today. Make sure you're dusted up.
Yes, Nut Dust, redefining the use and feel of body powder. Nut Dust is talc-free. It's an all-natural body powder. Great for all over the body, feet, below the belt, available in 4 great scents: Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wilding. All day, every day, Nut Dust has got you covered. To order, officialnutdust.com. We've got a special holiday package coming up. I talked to Chris yesterday. We'll give you more details in the next couple of weeks on that, but visit officialnutdust.com.
We look forward to that. Again, Bo says right now he's just listening to the doctors and how he progresses. He's not going to rush back. Obviously out this week, obviously out for the Iron Bowl with that break there for the bowl game. Not going to rush back. He didn't rule himself out of the bowl game for Auburn, but it does seem like his next time wearing a uniform and a helmet, the target would be spring.
I mean, I'm all for the hard work and rushing back. That is going to be an entirely meaningless bowl game. I just don't know that I don't know. I don't want to tell him what to do, but obviously you would think you just kind of aim for spring, right?
I kind of agree with you, but to each his own.
Love the blue War Eagle Bo. A lot of that sentiment coming in the Farmfolio chat room there. Wishing Bo the best, and a lot of people doing that on our social media platform on Twitter as well at Next Round Live. And Bo will be with us as we continue throughout the rest of the football season, part of our name, image, and likeness agreement with Bo there. And he's so kind with his time. Couldn't be with us Monday because of the surgery. Still wanted to come on. He let us know Sunday he wasn't going to be with us Monday. Just really professional about the whole thing. We appreciate that as well. And we appreciate Bo joining us on the Pepsi Hotline. Moving forward, though, in the world we live in, one of those quarterbacks is not going to be the starting quarterback at Auburn. And who knows what the portal has. It's hard for me to ever imagine Bo Nix in another uniform other than an Auburn uniform. But there are a number of college football teams that would want Bo Nix as their quarterback. Do you expect him back at Auburn next year?
I do, because I think over the next 2 games you'll see that he's by far and away the best option. That's my gut. I don't know. Maybe TJ Finley surprises me. I've never seen anything out of TJ Finley, though, outside of one drive against Georgia State, that tells me he's a better option than Bo Nix.
And that was a shaky drive. We forget. They ended up scoring. I don't remember how many plays it took for them to score, but he missed some easy open throws. Now, ultimately, TJ got the job done. I thought TJ would be more of a factor in this race, but again, Bo has progressed as a quarterback. So I agree with you. I think over the next couple of I think TJ is going to struggle.
Well, yeah. I mean, you first start on the road against South Carolina. It's an okay team. That Alabama pass rush, though, with Will Anderson, Auburn, already a suspect offensive line. If Troxell is down, that may hurt it a little bit more. I don't like him there.
I expect Bo back next year at Auburn as well. But in this world we live in, I would not be surprised if there are several people that reach out to people close to Bo, seeing if there's any interest, because I think there would be a demand of a quality roster in need of a quarterback, just wanting to test, hey, you're on the shelf right now. Is this something maybe you'd be interested in?
Maybe so, but I also think you've got, and let me quickly back up and say, I'd be interested to see if we see any D. Davis over the next 2 games, just to see what he looks like. Obviously, Finley's the backup for a reason. He's beating him out for that spot. With Bo, you would have to say, where's he going to go that's going to be a better situation, right? I mean, Auburn wasn't far off this year. They weren't way off from being like a 10-win team, right?
Right. No.
So where's he going to go that's a better situation than that, number one? Number two, and I think this is important, this is a legacy guy at Auburn.
That's right.
That Nix family has put a lot in at Auburn.
Most important thing, I think, is his love for Auburn, and I don't think he wants to go anywhere. TJ Finley, I don't know. How many times can you transfer out now?
I think one but I think he snuck one past the goalie. I think he gets one more.
Yeah, I think he gets one more. So I expect TJ to actually transfer.
Yeah, I would agree. I think next year you start the season with Bo Nix as your starter and D. Davis as your backup.
Yeah, and I think
that'd be my guess.
TJ is more like a Jake Bentley goes to like a South Alabama where he is for sure going to play.
I guarantee you Dan Mullen would take Bo Nix right now. Would love to have Bo Nix.
But I don't think that's a better option for Bo.
No, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying there are some name programs that wish that he was the quarterback.
Yeah.
I think Jimbo Fisher would love to have Bo Nix right now.
I don't disagree. He's a better quarterback than Zach Calzada.
Better than Calzada,
yeah.
I mean, there are some even SEC quote-unquote contenders that would love to have him right now. So we'll see. When Bo is back out there in the orange and blue, targeting no timetable from Bo, but spring seems to be the more likely scenario for Bo Nix to return. We appreciate his time. When we come back, every Wednesday we give you an upset alert. We'll do that in our next segment. The show being brought to you today by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. LT, did you win last night? Did you hit the lock?
I did, and I ended up splitting because I had Western Michigan minus the 5, and as you mentioned, that late touchdown. But I did have Toledo, easy winner there. So we ended up splitting, but we did not hit the lock.
Okay, we've got a couple of more Maction games tonight and a lot of basketball. LT will once again send out the lock later on at The Lance Taylor on Twitter. Jeremy Purvis and his entire team at IronMountainWorld.com can hook you up. That includes plumbing, Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, just drain it. You can get residential or commercial plumbing needs to take care of you. They do jetter services and all of your plumbing needs. They're bonded and they give you a free quote. You can call them for plumbing at 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They also have an industrial service company with over 500 people available for your situation and need with Iron Mountain Construction. They're committed to safely supporting your operation with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and a lot more. Call Jeremy Purvis in the office there, 205-781-1170, or online always ironmountainworld.com. Upset time. Let's see if we can get some winners next.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees, from residential to commercial. One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Boy Frank 79629, standby.
In school, I thought I might want to be a lawyer or a therapist. Mom always said I could talk to anyone. But being cooped up in an office all day didn't really appeal to me. And then I found a job working as a deputy in Shelby County. Now I spend my days helping people, sometimes on the worst days of their life. Nearly always, they just want someone to listen. And I've always been good at that. Plus, it pays great. Plenty of time off, great benefits, and each day is a new challenge, and I never stop talking. Or smiling.
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and on Insta.
There are few things in life more important than getting a good night's sleep. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. I learned that after going to Sleep Outfitters and getting my sleep outfitting. What is an outfitting, you might ask? Well, I simply went to the Sleep Outfitters off Highway 280, sat down and answered just a few short questions, and in moments, they had me laying on a mattress in the store so I could pick it out myself. The delivery was so easy. They set it up right there in my home, and I have an amazing night's sleep every night, and my life is better because of it. You can get that same night's sleep by finding a location at sleepoutfitters.com. And right now, you could win a $1,000 MasterCard gift card from Sleep Outfitters. This is a special sweepstakes, and it is just for our listeners. So go to sleepoutfitters.com/Ryan to enter. That's sleepoutfitters.com/Ryan. This is exclusive to the Next Round audience, so go try to win. Discover more about Sleep Outfitters and how they can help you complete your personal sleep profile, and you can start sleeping better too, and you can sleep with a $1,000 MasterCard gift card in your pocket now. sleepoutfitters.com/Ryan.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Let's see what you got to do before you get out of here, man. How about a New Life Art quick viewing menu from Rockstar?
I would love to do that. Yeah, we did blow right past
Bo
the
Nix,
viewing
man.
menu.
We had Bo Nix.
New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 1-800-735-2787 or online, DanielMooreArt.com.
Two things real quick. Netflix, they are finally releasing the controversial Tiger King Season 2.
No thanks.
I think a lot of people wanted it to not be on. Carol Baskin is one of them.
Season 2?
I'm
Yes.
going to pass.
Yeah,
I
I didn't even finish Season 1.
Well, it premieres tonight, and then 9 p.m. on HBO, another premiere, Hard Knocks in season, the Indianapolis Colts. So hopefully a camera does not hit Wentz and him go down.
The lights are too bright. He's out.
Yeah.
So Hard Knocks in season
in
now.
season. Indianapolis Colts.
The Colts don't seem particularly exciting.
I didn't watch any Hard Knocks this year.
I haven't watched it in 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, I would rather see like a Hard Knocks Cincinnati, the Bearcat version on what's going on and what we deal with week to week as a Group 5 trying to somehow get into this college football
Or
playoff.
like access to the Georgia locker room to see what Kirby says
That
like
would
at
be
halftime.
good. Yeah.
Well, it's on HBO, so that's a plus.
All right, Spotlight time, Rockstar. You got the big button ready to go. It is upset alert time. We got the dry race boards out, and we'll give you the standings right after Rockstar hits the big button.
The America's first federal credit union Spotlight.
Sound the alarm. Woo, woo, woo. College football's upset alert.
Looks really good with the lighting in here for the
Christmas trees.
The Christmas trees.
Hey, banking isn't just about your money. It is about you getting help with what you need when you need it. AM First was founded for you, and AM First has been putting you first ever since.
Forrester, let's see the tote board. Let's see the standings right now.
This is embarrassing.
I went back and watched all the old ones to get up to date on the standings. Through 11 weeks, LT is in second. Browns running away with it points-wise.
I'm going to catch him this week. I'm not going to catch him this week. I'm going to be within touching distance.
I was about to say the old 6-point game there.
Yes.
Don't know what that is. I suck, apparently.
Yep.
According to the Upset Alert standings there. But 3 points if you go 7 or more and get the outright win. 2, 3.5 or more, and you get the outright win. 1 if you just cover.
Can I suggest, because there's times I've thought about taking 20-plus dogs. Next year, can we have a 5-pointer?
Oh, heck yeah.
A three touchdown or more.
3 touchdown or more, absolutely.
Okay, sure. I mean, if we want to make this like basketball or whatever, we can come up with our own score.
Sorry, it's our own game.
Yep,
we own it.
It is. Why don't you start us out, Mr. Second Place?
Oh, I thought you would save this game for our headlines.
It might come back. I'm taking South Carolina. And look, here's the thing. This is, I know there's going to be Auburn people out there. Here goes LT again with his 8. I said just a couple of weeks ago, Brian Harsin should be considered for SEC Coach of the Year. That is an awful Gamecock. That is one of the more difficult things to draw, though.
Yeah,
their Gamecock has got so much flair going on.
I'll tell you what your Gamecock looks like is Woodstock from Peanuts.
Yeah.
Snoopy's little
on
bird
fire.
friend.
Woodstock on fire.
Woodstock on fire.
No, Fire Festival, if you will.
You look
Woodstock
at
on
South Carolina,
fire.
though. They're playing better football.
Right.
They're 4-1 at home. Their one loss was a 6-point loss to Kentucky. Going back last year, Kevin Harris has kind of been MIA. He was really good against Florida 2 weeks ago. Last year against Auburn, over 100 yards, had a couple of touchdowns. I think he will be the difference in this game. And I think Finley is really going to struggle. I think it's a difficult game for Auburn. And you wonder where they are mentally, giving up that 40-0 run to Mississippi State. So I think it's a tough spot for Auburn.
You said 7. Is it 7.5, or has it gone down a half since yesterday?
It went down a half. It's 7 right now.
Of course. I got a steak yesterday on Auburn, minus 7.5. It's already gone down. But that's pure respect for the guy we just talked to, Bo Nix. If Bo Nix was playing, you would not be putting it on the Gamecocks.
No, and I don't know how the game would have ended against Mississippi State. Mississippi State probably still wins that game if he doesn't get hurt. But, yeah, I would stay away from him. I think this is T.J. Finley, in that first really struggling.
And first gives us the upset alert every day. The leader, Ryan Brown, with 17 points, back-to-back 3-pointers the last 2 weeks. That's more than 7 points. Underdog with outright wins.
Well, we got another one this week, Jimmy D. Cincinnati, as Wimp would say, is playing SMU at home. One of the good parts about Cincinnati this year has been their pass defense, 5th in the nation. But I went a little deeper in that 5th in the nation. They've only played 2 passing offenses, even in the top 50. Miami of Ohio at 28, Notre Dame at 48. Well, here comes the little kid we like to call Tanner Mordecai for the Southern Methodist University Ponies. 70% passer, 326 yards per game, 37 touchdowns, 10 picks. He's 8th in the country. It's the best by far and away. Passing offense Cincinnati will have to face, so SMU is catching 11. Rockstar?
Don't need those points.
I do not need them. Give me the ponies.
Did you trace that?
Straight up.
That's pretty good.
Over Cincinnati.
Your
Thank
11
you.
sucks, but.
No, I actually like the 11.
Oh, thank you, Jim.
I don't like the plus. The plus is bad.
Oh, they're catching 11, Jim. I got to have a
The
plus.
11 is way too spread.
Okay, guys, let's really, again, just don't totally break
Hey,
this
the
down.
horse doesn't have a mouth or an eye.
They don't on the logo. Go look at the logo.
That's why I like the 11. It's spread out like it's on a jersey. Or the back of a helmet.
Nothing spread out
Hey,
like that.
SMU, Rockstar. Let's not lose sight of the fact that SMU is going to win this game outright.
Okay, Brian, you'll
against
appreciate
Cincinnati.
this. If Jerome Ford plays, there is no chance Cincinnati loses this game.
Love it. You know what I love even more?
Yeah.
When Dunaway was picking his before the show, he goes, "Oh, Cincinnati destroys SMU."
And they will.
And I'm like, yeah, because I got Cincinnati
I do kind of like
losing
Cincinnati.
outright.
I think Cincinnati's going to lose their game against Houston.
Is there a segment Brown is more louder in? Like Lunsford's eardrums are bursting back there with headphones on, right?
God, Jim, I am so sorry for bringing
So
some
loud.
excitement to this segment where
No,
I'm
not
dominating.
again.
Here we go.
Not again.
I should not even have erased my board last week. I've only hit 3 times this year, and I think 2 of them has been with this team. So why not go again? And I think it's happened. I think it's going to happen. And it's 4.5, just like it was last week.
No, it's higher than that.
No, it's 4.5.
No, it opened at 3.
It's 4.5.
I saw it up to 5.5.
It's plus 4. I'll take 5.5. But I don't need the points. I don't want to.
Just straight up.
I don't need them, Rockstar.
That's right, everybody.
I don't need them.
No, that's my gig. You don't do that.
The spitting snakes are back, boys.
It's improved.
It's 5.
a little better.
It's at 5.
It's
right
at
now.
5.
Okay, plus 5, plus 4.5.
So
Wherever you want it, just spit.
What
There
is
we
it? Is
go.
that like a bunch of now and laters, the mystery mix?
I went black first, and then I was like, I'm gonna throw a little red in there. And apparently, my red needs a new Sharpie.
Hey, so tell me this: if it opened at 3 and it's up to you say 5, Dunaway's got it at 4.5. What's that
I saw
telling
it
me?
open at 6. I've never seen 3. I don't know where you got that.
That would be Circus Sports. Is where I got that.
Okay. I've seen 6. I've seen 5.5. I've seen 5.
It opened at 3, so if it's up to that, what does that tell me?
Well, if it truly opened at 3, which I don't think it did.
God, Lance, it's Circus Sports. I read it at 3.
It tells me that the smart money right now is on UTSA.
No, the smart money is on Jimmy Lamb.
I think ultimately, I think
last week.
I think the public is going to play the undefeated team.
What does that tell you? Spitting snakes all day long. Brought to you by our friends at Am First. That's our upset alert.
And I'll tell you what Am First knows, Jimmy D. Banking isn't just about your money. It is about you getting help with what you need when you need it. Am First was founded for you, and Am First has been putting you first ever since.
All right, we roll on. LT's on his way out to have his final lunch at school with guys.
Such a dick.
With young Jack.
Awful.
Well, he's growing up, man.
I'm going to Foreigner without you.
He's a
Words I thought I'd never say.
Lance is out of here. I think he's done all of his reads today.
That's great.
We'll cover
That's why I
Calvin
don't need me
equipment for you
anymore.
later on. Lance will take the rest of the day off.
You can have my board and my cock.
There it is. I see
Wait,
it.
we have to have a vote.
There it
Somebody
is.
said it looked like a bird on crack.
It is a skinny bird.
It really
It's a
is.
skinny bird.
It looked like it flew through a ceiling
Brad,
fan.
you're
ass
making
is
us
on
look
fire.
bad with your drawings, man.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm so good at
He
this
takes the
segment.
board home and draws them at night. We're back in a moment with a lot more stuff, including Barret Jones, who is standing by.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajaga brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia.
We've told you about the excellent service you get from Excalibur Services for residential heating, cooling, and electrical problems. Now, you can also depend on Excalibur for all your plumbing needs. Excalibur will perform plumbing services in the same excellent manner as our heating, cooling, and electrical services. Highly trained plumbers now teaming up with highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts. At Excalibur, we have you covered. 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Golf is hard enough as it is. It should be fun and enjoyable. That's why you should check out my friends with Golf Tees, the place to go for punny golf apparel. Quality golf apparel with a sense of humor. To check out the fun, go to officialgolftees.com for the latest in golf t-shirts and hats. Quality and fun apparel, priced for everyone, no matter your budget. Again, check them out on their website, officialgolftees.com, or on all social media platforms at Official Golf Tees. Relax and swing hard in case you hit it. officialgolftees.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Barret Jones in just 45 seconds. But first, let me tell you that we've got a Cowan Equipment poll question out there, a couple of them. One of them, before the show started, we asked you which one of these former, there's so many of them, but which one of these former Alabama football players are having the best NFL season so far? Is it Trayvon Diggs, Jalen Waddle, Najee Harris, or Mac Jones? All four of them having tremendous years. You can vote at Next Round Live. A dead heat right now. Offense, defense, Mac Jones and Trayvon Diggs. Go vote. That's brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
If you are having trouble finding that brand new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, Cowan is your place. Cowan.com, sales rental service, Cowan.com. They bring you all the poll questions. Cowan Equipment Company.
Basketball last night, Alabama beat South Alabama 73-68 in a big win over in Tuscaloosa. They're now 3-0. No change in the top 7 of the college football playoff rankings. It is Georgia, Alabama, Oregon, Ohio State, and Cincy just outside at number 5.
All right, our buddy Barret Jones joins us now, the former Alabama great, now ESPN college football analyst. He is presented each week by Gus's Fried Chicken, world-famous Gus's Fried Chicken. What's up, Barret? How are you?
How are we doing, guys? Glad to be back on.
Yeah, we're glad to have you as always. Barret, you will hear him on that hot West Virginia-Texas game. I know
that's a big one.
Yeah, you're excited about, what are they, combined 8 and 12? You're excited about seeing that one. It's been a tough one for Sark, though.
Yeah, fans are clamoring. We're actually worried the system might crash. We have so many listeners. So, yeah, for those of you maybe who have not listened to me before, it is our schedule is typically determined before the year, and so I guess someone thought this was going to be a good game at some point, but they were wrong. So, anyway, that's we've had some internal discussions. We tried to move it, didn't happen. So my first time, I think, in my entire career, I'll be calling 2 teams with losing records. So
wow,
it'd be fun.
And you never played in that game either, I don't think. So that works out really good. Barret Jones, former Alabama star, now with ESPN, is with us. Alabama and Arkansas this week in Tuscaloosa. You've seen these teams play. What kind of challenges can Arkansas present to Alabama's defense, you think?
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think it'll be a test, for that run defense. I think the run defense has seemed certainly a lot better over the last few weeks. I would say the low point was probably that Florida game where it felt like almost impossible to stop the run there, especially in the second half. And there have been a lot of improvements, I think, in that front seven. Some guys have really kind of emerged and developed. So this will be a really good test. Anytime you have a quarterback that can run the ball as effectively as they do, I think that adds some stress to your front seven because you understand that they're going to have an extra blocker in a lot of the run plays, and that can be very tough to defend. So I think that will absolutely be a challenge. And the reality is certainly this is very antithetical to the thinking of Nick Saban. He would never think of it this way, but I'll think of it this way: is that Alabama has got a long way to go, I think, before they're ready to play Georgia. And so these last two games are going to be extremely important for them to continue to tune that up. And they're going to face a really good rushing attack, most likely, obviously, unless they lose these two games against Georgia. And that I think this will be a great game that will help them prepare for that. Obviously, I'm not implying this is some kind of preseason game. Arkansas is absolutely a tough test, but this is there are obviously bigger things in the horizon that Alabama still can accomplish this year if they're able to.
We unfortunately have had to talk a lot about the right tackle situation there at Alabama. Do you think by chance, I'm sorry, Barret, why? Do you not want to do it again? Do you want me to ask another question?
I'm just kidding. Keep going.
Do you think it's been better post-injury? I mean, like, might there, if and when Dalcourt is back, might there be a change at that spot or a little more competition there?
I think potentially. There were times where I thought to myself, it can't be much worse. Yeah. I think there could be a change. I mean, I was still a little surprised we never saw any of the young guys, honestly, or at least significant doses there. But I mean, again, I'm not in practice every day, so I guess that just means that they're not ready yet. But I know that we had those. I sometimes slip back. It's a tough challenge. They have those young guys that were 5 stars that came over. I thought at some point we might see one of those guys get on the field. That never happened, and so. Yeah, I think potentially I would say after watching the tape, I don't think it was a significant upgrade necessarily that we saw, and I would maybe even call it a push. So, we'll see. It gives you somebody with experience that, I think people underestimate how much confidence plays into football and really all sports and maybe all things in life, but. As an offensive lineman, especially a tackle, you've got to have belief. Like I always told people, I was never that athletic, but for some reason I brainwashed myself that I was going to be able to block the guy across from me. And that'll get you a long way if you believe and you have confidence you can do it. And especially after that bad play where the guy beats you, gets a hit on the quarterback, gets a sack, whatever it is, you got to have an ability to bounce back. And there have been certain games this year where I think, that hasn't happened where, you'll turn on the tape and it's almost gone too far. And like, there'll be stretches where it's fine. And, but then there'll be a bad play. And sometimes that bad play will be compounded by other plays. And I think if there is a situation like that, it wouldn't surprise me if there's a switch, because at that point, I call it the spin cycle. You see an old lineman sometimes that just it looks like he's in a washing machine, just getting spun around, and it's a dark place. I've actually really never been there in college, at least. I was there a few times in practice with Aaron Donald, some other guys, but it's a bad feeling when you're like, dude, I cannot block this guy across from me. And then all of a sudden, your technique is bad. You start just doing really uncharacteristic things. So that was a long answer, but I would say that it provides you some depth should there be a situation like that.
Barret Jones is on the Pepsi hotline. Georgia, Charleston Southern this week. No contest there. But Alabama plays number 21 Arkansas. Oregon on the road at number 23 Utah. Ohio State at home to number 7 Michigan State. And then there's Cincinnati with the passing attack of a Sonny Dykes SMU team. Which one of those 2 through 5 in the standings do you feel like have built their house on sand? Which one's in a shifting situation this week? Is it Alabama, Oregon, Ohio State, or Cincinnati? Who do you have the least faith in?
Yeah, there's some really interesting games. I was looking today, and I can't remember the exact number, but there's like 3 top 8 teams or something there, or that's not it. 3 top 10, top 12 teams, something that are like underdogs to unranked teams, something like that. So there's going to be some fun ones, but of the ones you listed, I would certainly say that Oregon would be the one that I think that'll be a test. And part of that is because of their opponent. I mean, Utah has played some really, really good football down the stretch. They had a kind of a tough start of the season. For a lot of your listeners who probably are not super familiar with Utah football, they have had a really hard year. They've had some very dramatic things happen. One of their players was in a shooting. They had another player in the offseason that was also in a shooting, and they've just lost 2 guys, that have died on their team. It's been a very emotional year, but they're playing really good right now. And I think that, Oregon certainly has some issues, but because they've been good, a lot better and more physical than people in the trenches, they've been able to, win those games and cover up. And I think now they're going against a Utah team that can almost match them in the trenches. And so Anthony Brown, he's been all over the map this year. It hasn't really thrown the ball very well. Has run the ball well at times this year. That last game against Washington State, I thought he looked really good running the football. But we'll just have to see. We'll have to see if they can stand up to the challenge. I can't wait for that game. I'm actually really excited about it. I'm not sure what time it is, but I'm really excited about watching that one. The Pac-12 is it's wild, man. It's always always crazy things happen in the Pac-12. Another one that you didn't say this one, but I think that the Clemson hate's almost gone too far. I was a little surprised that they weren't at the tail end of the rankings this year. They're up to 7-3 now, and I think they play Wake this week. Does that sound right?
They do, yes.
Yeah, I think that'll be a fun game there. That'll be interesting. And what was the other one I saw? I saw Baylor, Kansas State. Kansas State unranked. They're favored over Baylor. I thought that was interesting. They're 1-point favorite. So I think I know that this week traditionally is hated on as not having good games, but I think this is one of the best next to last weeks of the season I can remember. I think we have some fun games to watch this weekend.
Oregon, Utah, you ask, is the 6:30 ABC game. So you've got the early game, Texas, West Virginia. I don't know if that gets you back to Memphis in time, hotel. I don't know what your deal is there, but it's at least the night game.
Can anyone tell me what the closest airport to Morgantown was? Oh, I did this.
We did this last week.
You did this, and I got the answer.
You eventually turn into your dad. The older you realize that you become a broken record, and you're like, oh man.
Can I go full Geico commercial on you here? Can we not talk about leaving the game until we get to the game?
I like that. That's those commercials, by the way. I think that's one of the greatest thought behind a commercial. I mean, I laugh almost every time I see those commercials. Now we all see it.
Yeah.
Blue hair. He's got blue hair. Blue hair.
Well, you haven't spent as much time. You haven't spent as much time with me as you have Brown, because we've never played golf together. So you've been trapped with him for 4 hours at a time many times. Which of those things do you think I've the most guilty at? I've had to change what I do because of those commercials, because I was forever the guy, Barrett, that would introduce himself to every waiter or waitress. Hey, Debbie, I'm Jim. Nice meeting you, Debbie. And then that
waiter doesn't need to know your name.
Yep. Right off the bat, that commercial came out. My wife says, "Thank you. I've told you for years. They don't care what your name is."
That's what, Jim. You're just a nice guy, though, and I'll be glad to play golf with you anytime. Now, I heard you're a little bit improved. When we first started the relationship, I think it was pretty rough as far as your golf game. I think you've gotten better, and I think Brown would need you there next time we play, if nothing else, as kind of a emotional support person for what usually happens to Brown's golf game anytime we tee it up together. So that'd be good for that he would have you there.
No, Brown plays a lot better when I'm not there, or apparently you. So I question his handicap, because apparently when anyone's around to see him play, he has a bad day.
Brown, he doesn't realize those are fighting words when you start questioning a man's handicap.
Yeah.
You're essentially questioning is. I don't question Brown's integrity. Let me just put that on the record. That's not that far to question this man's integrity. I was just bragging about beating him. That was, so Jim took it way further.
Yeah, Jim's the one that went there. There's no doubt. All right, so Barret Jones, you can hear him on West Virginia, Texas.
Wow.
What are you laughing at?
That shut the interview down. I thought we had more football questions for Barret.
Iowa State, they're only a 4-point underdog at Oklahoma. This Oklahoma team lost last week to Baylor. They've got their hands full again, don't they? How about that?
They do. I think the end of Oklahoma's schedule is pretty awesome, really. If you're a fan, you got Baylor, Iowa State, and then finishing with Oklahoma State. So. I said last week to people, we're going to figure out who Oklahoma really is. I think we're starting to see. I still can't believe they actually brought in Rattler. I mean, that was interesting. But yeah, Oklahoma, I don't think they're going to really factor into postseason. I don't expect them to win both of those games. But if they do, man, it's going to be really interesting if there is a one loss. And don't sleep on Oklahoma State. Like I think there's a way they backdoor in the playoff. If one of those teams are one loss going up against Cincinnati with no losses, somebody's going to be really mad. And I always like the pettiness of college football when people end up mad. It just makes it more fun to me. So we've got I think we've got a fun finish, a fun ending coming up. And, I can't wait. I think it's going to be awesome. I really can't wait to see Georgia actually be tested. Like I have this. I think Georgia is by far, no doubt. They're the best team in the country right now. Yes. However, I have not seen enough to say that they're great yet. We've been really spoiled the last few years. I mean, last year's Alabama team, they were great. LSU 19, they were great. We've had some great teams, really over this kind of last decade that I think have been so dominant and elite and fun to watch. I'm just not sure Georgia's there yet. I still think they're beatable. I think that there is it's going to be really interesting if anyone can ever actually protect against them to see if you can really throw the ball down the field. Because coming to the year, Georgia's secondary was supposed to be a little bit of a liability. They really haven't gone up against the passing attack that's tested them a whole lot. And I think we all know about their offense. So that's one of the storylines I'm keeping an eye on. If they do face, obviously, Alabama, Ohio State, some of these teams, can they really put some points up against Georgia and make it a game? I think we'll find out a lot more about a lot of these teams here in the next month, which will be a blast to watch.
I got one more question for you, but let me tell everybody about the University of Montevallo quickly. Montevallo, my school, graduated from there in the 80s. My daughter's there now. She's a junior in the theater department. Great buildings going up all the time. If you have a son or daughter that's looking for that special place to go to school, small class sizes, which helps them academically in the classroom, maybe they're comfortable at a school like that. 75 majors. You've got 21 NCAA Division II fully scholarship sports there with great facilities. Check out Montevallo. Schedule an in-person tour. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu.
Wow. I've never had a mid-hit ad right here.
That was 15 seconds.
Welcome to the next round.
That's right. I mean, we're selling all the spots now. I love it.
We're making art of it.
My question.
Well, my dad was born in Montevallo, so I guess there's some.
Was he really?
What a time! Dunaway knew that.
It was my grandfather, Bill Jones, was a coach all over Alabama growing up. My dad's childhood. He ended up at UNA and was the coach and athletic director there for a long time at North Alabama. But he was the coach at Montevallo, I think, when my dad was born, and or somewhere around there. And so that's my dad was born in Montevallo.
I'll work that into the ad next time.
Work that in next time.
Yeah,
also, the location of Barret Jones' father's birth.
My question, though, you call Memphis home. That's where you are. Is there any buzz in that town? Because it is there are a lot of Ole Miss people that live in Memphis. Is there buzz for Lane Kiffin and what he's doing in Oxford?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think people are excited. Memphis is a melting pot. I mean, it really is. There are Ole Miss people. There's also a lot of Tennessee people. There's Memphis people that are actually University of Memphis. There's some Alabama fans, Auburn. So you kind of really have a complete melting pot in Memphis. But I would say Ole Miss is probably up there. And so I do encounter a lot of Ole Miss fans. But look, Ole Miss fans are always excited. I mean, they're always jacked up about something. So this is nothing new, but I think that they're very optimistic. And hey, first 10-win season, that's something to be excited about. So yeah, they're jacked up and ready to roll, and they're all bought in on Lane. I still think Jeff Lebby, man. And then if I was Ole Miss right now, I'd go talk to Jeff Lebby and say, hey, look, you're our guy, coach in waiting. If Lane ever leaves, we want you. I think he's a guy that doesn't get enough credit. I'll say that about Ole Miss.
He's very well thought of. There's no doubt. All right, so you can hear Barret on that Texas. We have not mentioned this enough. Texas, West Virginia, 11 o'clock ESPN2. Huge game in the Big 12.
Huge CFP implications.
Oh, no doubt. Yes. They'll still announce it either way. Hey, so Barret is presented each week by our friends at Gus's world famous fried chicken. Get that family value meal on the drive home, 2201 2nd Avenue South, or online, GusFriedChicken.com. GusFriedChicken.com. Great idea for the home or office holiday parties as well. Barret, enjoy Morgantown. You fly into Pittsburgh there, Barret. Go to Pittsburgh.
Got it. Thank you for that note. I appreciate it. Jim, the waiter doesn't need to know your name. I'll leave you on that. So I appreciate that.
Hey, Barret, nice to meet you. I'm Jim. Can I get a diet soda, please? Give me a Diet Dr. Pepper or Pepsi, either one.
Wow, I feel like you're probably a super high maintenance order guy. I want the olives on the side.
Oh, that is not
no
true.
cheese, unless you have gorgonzola, I want this, that, or you that guy.
That is
or
not true. In fact, we have lunch coming up here soon, and to make it easy, Barrett, I just order what somebody else has.
That's what he always does. He orders what somebody else orders at the table, then complains about it the whole time.
I'm never happy with my meal.
That's right.
But I'm not a complicated order guy.
No, he's really
Okay,
not.
that's good. I always, there's a chef prepares it a certain way for a reason.
That's
And
right.
say, however the chef wants it, that's how I want it.
Yeah, unlike Brown, I play it where it lies.
Oh my goodness. Is Brown the Patrick Reed of y'all?
Oh, wow. Barrett.
Wow.
All right, Barrett, get to West Virginia.
You said it.
Get
you're
outta
saying
here.
he's moving the ball.
Yes.
There's a ball jostling going on.
You get to Morgantown. Fly to Pittsburgh tonight, Barrett.
Hey, that's Jim. Don't blame me. Jim's over here saying he's seeing sand particles that were disturbed on your way. So I don't know.
I recommend flying into Huntington and taking the beautiful drive. The foliage is perfect this time of year.
Okay, I'll take that under advisement. Thank you.
All right. See you,
See you
Barrett.
guys.
Thank you. Bye. Barret Jones, the former Alabama great, now ESPN analyst with us on the Pepsi Hotline. His appearance each week presented by Gus's Fried Chicken. Featured in GQ, Forbes, Washington Post, Food Network, and Travel Channel. It's world famous. GusFriedChicken.com.
Hey, Rockstar, give me cut 8. Kirby Smart. He's the Georgia head coach, of course. They got Charleston Southern this week, and he's beating everybody to the punch. He's not waiting on game day or Joel Klatt to fire up his little Twitter machine and complain about the powerful SEC scheduling for championships. Kirby, at his news conference this week, says there is a reason why we have cupcake games this time of year, and there's an importance to them. Here's Kirby.
It's a seesaw. I mean, you basically answer the question with, do I believe these teams need these games to survive and keep the sport of football alive? Yeah, I do. I think some of these programs would really struggle talking to their athletic directors, talking to their coaches pregame. It funds sometimes 50%, sometimes 25% of their budget to have one of these games. And, there's a group of young men that are going to come in here and get an experience they would never get otherwise and an opportunity to go play. So from that perspective, yeah, I'd love to be able to. But what you just mentioned is going to make it hard. I mean, the league's going to expand. The league's getting bigger. There's going to be more games. Fans want the bigger games. Fans don't usually want these games. And it's a pulling of two separate ways. My concern is less kids grow up wanting to play football because less of their parents may have played football. They bridged out to another sport. So when you take away these opportunities at these universities, you take away a lot of opportunities for kids to get scholarships and go play. And some of these FCS schools are what keeps a kid's hope alive to play football in college when he might not be an SEC caliber player.
So when it's 49-0 on Saturday,
right?
Remember, Kirby's a giver. He's giving back to the sport.
This is all about building up college football.
Last week, Nick Saban, a giver.
That's right.
Yeah.
New Mexico State, Jim.
They needed that.
That'll help their program years to come.
There are some parents in New Mexico that are going to let their kids play football now because of the whipping they took in Tuscaloosa. Take that, Joel Klatt. We've got Trash with RB, not LT, coming up in our next segment as we roll on here. Don't forget still to come Todd Fuhrman on all the games from Vegas. Podcasted right now, Wimp, and our conversation with Bo Nix at nextroundlive.com. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at the Alabama Men's Clinic. They've got a solution for any problem in your life, including low testosterone. Let me ask you, have your workouts not been the same? You've been doing the same workouts for the last 5 years, but you're just not getting any results now. Maybe you don't even have the energy to finish them. Maybe you don't even have the energy to finish work today. You could have a low testosterone problem. Here's what I tell you. Don't live your life missing out on what you used to enjoy in life, whether that's in the bedroom, in the gym, or just at work. Get that energy back. Get your life back with a low testosterone treatment from my friends at the Alabama Men's Clinic. Your problem could be just as simple as low T, and that's an easy checkup. You go into the Homewood office or any of the Alabama Men's Clinic offices, go by there, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised, you start your low T treatments that day in the office. Your visit will be free. You get all those details and how you can start a low T treatment right now by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go online to alabamamensclinic.com. That is alabamamensclinic.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Think about this scenario for one moment. You wake up, step on the floor, and you feel water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. I've got the answer. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Dry Tech Water Restoration. They respond quickly and reply within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They've got crews ready to go at all times 24/7, and they work for the customer. It's always the number one priority. Your first call isn't the insurance company. It's Dry Tech Water Restoration. 205-637-0143.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trussville, and Gardendale. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
It is the American dream to buy your own home. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you are looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Get started by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Mortgage Right, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
It's nonstop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Birmingham Racecourse Casino's 7 days of giveaways is going on right now. We're giving away $100,000. That's right, $100,000 will be given away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. Let Holly Mack Wilson put you in a new home for the holidays. A new place to have a family Thanksgiving dinner. A new place to put up the Christmas tree and hide the presents. A new place to ring in the new year with friends and family. Holly Mack Wilson, putting a new meaning to home for the holidays. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Blake says the fact that Lincoln Riley says the University of Oklahoma instead of Oklahoma University tells me he's distracted. Is it Oklahoma University?
That's very confusing to me because their logo is OU, but I've always thought it was.
It is the
University of Oklahoma, not Oklahoma University.
It is the University of Oklahoma. It's just one of those where it's Oklahoma OU, even though it is the University of Oklahoma.
But they do. Their cheer is they do the OU.
Yeah.
So they do it interchangeably, obviously.
Check me on that. Google it real quick.
I am right now.
The University of Oklahoma. I'm pretty sure that's what the sign says.
Okay, so it is weird. It is the University of Oklahoma, yet their web address is ou.edu. So they really can't decide, but they appear to be University of Oklahoma officially.
It is the University of Nebraska, but I also think it's referred to as NU as well.
On their helmet it is, yeah.
Back in the day, it was NU on their helmet. And there's... I think it's the University of Kansas, but we know them as KU.
I guess that's a Midwest thing, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, you're right. It is certainly University of Kansas.
Yeah. So I don't think he's wrong in saying the University of Oklahoma there. You'll hear from Sam Pittman, and we'll do trash in just a second. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Backyard Adventure. Backyard Adventure. I got a couple of updates for you here with Backyard Adventure. One, they're about to start their display sale, which is the little price off the top, right, for those displays that have been out there, put together. You've been looking at them when you go by and see the folks at Backyard Adventure. Go by their location and check out the displays. The display sale is underway. They've got the final orders ready right now. If you go this week, take care of the business. Guaranteed Christmas delivery. We're getting down to the point they can't guarantee that much anymore. They'll have to wait until after the holidays if you get a great Backyard Adventure there. So final orders guaranteed for Christmas delivery. Display sale is starting. Also, they've got these neat forts, about a dozen of them left that are they're perfect for a backyard, for a young son or daughter to play fort in the backyard. All the Backyard Adventures, you can see them online at backyardalabama.com. Actually design your own play set, play adventure back there. 100% quality, thick cedar wood. They'll assemble it. They'll move it around. They do the landscaping and everything. You don't have to do anything. Check them out. 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4FUN, or backyardalabama.com. Sam Pittman on what he's expecting this week in Tuscaloosa against Alabama.
I mean, they're Alabama. I mean, they're when you turn on the film, they're what you expect to see. I mean, you have to go out there, down there and play a really, really good football game and see what happens. But LSU played them close because LSU's got a lot of talent, and they're playing hard now and physical, and that's how you beat Alabama. If not many people can, but you're going to have to get into a fist fight and see if you can come out ahead, and you're going to have to hang on to the ball. You have to play a really, really good game to have a chance, especially on the road against Alabama.
Yeah, fist fight is what he expects this week in Tuscaloosa. That's how you beat them. You get into the square with them, and you out-punch them.
Two things jumped out at me on that. Number one, Sam always looks like he could use some sleep. And I guess most coaches don't sleep. Number two, he said LSU is playing hard now.
Yeah.
Which indicated that they had watched a little bit of film, but LSU wasn't really playing all that hard.
It was not the case at one point, but they are now for Coach O. Time now for us to get to trash with Ryan. LT is off having lunch with his son one more time as he's moving from eighth grade to high school. At some point you can't have Dad come to lunch anymore. Today's that day for LT, but we roll on without him with trash, Rockstar.
Congratulations, the Cure Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees 2019. Are you as excited as I am?
By the sounds of it, no.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
And mortgageright.com/TNR is where you go. Mortgageright.com/TNR. Before you even put a offer on that house, go to them and find out what you can afford, where the rates are. Get that part right. Mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239.
Help me out here, Rockstar, because we need Brown's usually the fake laugh guy during this, so I can't handle it all. So help me out with fake laughs.
Okay, I'll do the Dunaway.
You do your fake laugh, I'll do mine. Let's see
Can I
who's
do
best.
the Dunaway fake laugh?
Do Dunaway's fake laugh.
That's normally...
It's like they're not paying attention, but everybody else is laughing.
That's it. Dunaway's fake laugh is he didn't hear a word you said, but it's time to laugh.
This is it. Say something.
Okay. So Rockstar Mortgage Right brings you trash today. Yeah, what was that? I don't know. Yeah. Hey, Hershey has unveiled its largest Reese's peanut butter cup ever. Do you like the Reese's peanut butter cup, Dunaway?
I actually showed this to my wife the other night because she loves them. And I said, look, it's even shaped. They've got the ridges and everything.
That's right. Boy, that is a lot of peanut butter right there.
Yeah, a lot of chocolate too.
It is 9 inches long, 3 1/4 pounds of solid peanut butter and chocolate. And they're advertising it for Thanksgiving dinner. You don't have to cook dessert. Just bring it on, man. Limited number of pies, 3,000. They cost $44.99.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
All right.
What's running me off is the calorie count on the side there.
7,680.
But
well,
that's the whole.
Reese's says it should be cut into 48. What? 48 pieces.
No, you cut it like a piece of pie.
Yeah,
that's a heavy piece of pie right there. Though.
I mean, 1, 2, 3. At best, that's going to be 12. At best, at that size.
Yeah. Woo. That's a lot right there. But bad news, it's sold out, so don't even worry about it.
Oh, it's already sold out?
Yeah, they sold it out on Facebook, or according to their Facebook, they sold it out. Dunaway, you're a hugger.
I am a hugger.
Yeah. So if you want to give the perfect hug, I don't think I've ever seen Rockstar. Yeah, I have seen Rockstar hug somebody.
It's weird. I don't think I've ever seen you smooch somebody.
No. I just don't think you're much of a hugger, but I have seen you hug people.
I've gotten a lot better than I used to be.
If you want to give the perfect hug, embrace your partner for somewhere between 5 and 10 seconds, and don't worry about arm position. That's according to a new study. Psychologists say how much pleasure volunteers get from engaging in hugs of different durations and orientations, so they decided to do a study here. Longer hugs, between 5 and 10 seconds, more pleasant than very short hugs, just a second. Arm position doesn't really seem to matter. So here's tips for a perfect hug.
Well,
here you go, Dunaway.
I mean, 10 seconds is a long time.
That is a long time.
It is. It depends on who you're hugging. But for the wife, 10 seconds is no problem. And I like to put the big hand right in the middle of her small of her back.
Okay.
And that's, sort of supports her and says, man, I got you today. And put that other hand maybe up around her neck saying, I got you. Whatever happened in your life today,
you're choking me.
I got you.
And at the end, if it's just a random person, make sure to make it more comfortable when you're hugging them. Count. Just go 1, 2.
Hang on. Don't push away yet.
4.
Tips for a perfect hug. Make sure it lasts between 5 and 10 seconds. Don't make it too short. 1 second hugs aren't deemed very pleasant. Don't worry about arm position. Both crisscross and neck waist are good options. What is crisscross? Oh, okay. So like that. Neck waist is
what I was
describing.
One
up, one down. And it's risky to hug for longer than 10 seconds. I mean, if you're not
a risky guy.
If you're not married or seriously dating, it should not go longer than 10 seconds for sure.
Longer than 10 seconds, somebody should walk up and say, hey, leave a little room for Jesus.
That's right. That's right. 4 out of 5 viewers ages 18 to 25 say they use subtitles all or part of the time. I cannot stand subtitles on the screen.
I have to do it. There's a lot of shows, even American shows, in English where you have to. Tom Hardy is a perfect example where you have to use subtitles.
I'll give you one that actually improved my viewing experience, and one of our listeners said they struggle with it. What?
I can give you your answer before you do.
What's that?
Peaky Blinders.
Correct. We had brought it up on the show way back when we were doing radio back in the day, and somebody said, I had the same problem you had, Brown. Try it with subtitles. And it did improve the show. I punched out on that show, too.
We do it occasionally on some British shows that Maggie watched because occasionally you're not used to that dialect. So, it helps out a lot. 4
out of 5 viewers ages 18 to 25 say they use them. Less than a quarter, 56 to 75. People in that age bracket almost twice as likely to say they're deaf or hard of hearing. So they're less likely to hear it, yet they're also less likely to use subtitles. Really doesn't make a lot of sense there. It was originally intended to help people that have hearing problems, but it's become an essential aid for following the show for many people. That's because researchers believe they're distracted. It's not they can't hear it.
Oh, yeah.
They're just distracted.
I believe that.
South Korea's Squid Games. That's one of the ones that they're pointing out that you have to watch with subtitles, obviously.
I finished it. It was a great show. It's really original, but I originally tried to do it, and they have it dubbed in English, but you can see it's like a kung fu movie wherein it's awfully dubbed. It doesn't make sense, so I just put it in Korean and watched it with the subtitles, and it's a lot better.
I immediately have to go turn it off. Like, I have to stop what I'm doing, go find... Like, we watch Bridgerton. It's English, but I don't struggle with that. But boy, Peaky Blinders was tough, man. Those are some thick accents.
And where I struggle is, I crank up the volume as loud as I can if I'm really into the show, just like I do some of the games. But if it's a loud scene and then we're talking like this,
I hate those.
Some of those.
Yeah.
I like having subtitles, but I don't use it a lot. Yes, Tyler in the Farmfolio chat room, I do have a big hand and a small hand. I'm much like a clock. My right hand, I feel like, is slightly bigger than my left
What
hand.
time is it, Jim? It's hog time.
You got the submarine right here.
I knew Rockstar would make fun of our
The meter reading.
Our new clock.
I mean, Rockstar simply tells us what time it is.
Very advanced.
Of course, you had to make fun of it. Mel Gibson is confirmed he's set to direct Lethal Weapon 5. I mean, how many lethal weapons do we really need?
Danny Glover was getting too old for it in
It
1987.
That was the first one, right?
In 1987, he was getting too old for it.
Yeah, 1987 is when it started. Gibson confirmed the news at a fan event in London, an experience with Mel Gibson, which took place at the Intercontinental London. The man who directed all the lethal films, Richard Donner, was a big guy, Gibson told the crowd. He was developing the screenplay, and he got pretty far along. And he said to me one day, "Listen, kid, if I kick the bucket, you will do it." And I said, "Shut up." But he did indeed pass away. But he did ask me to do it, and at the time, I didn't say anything. He said it to his wife and to the studio and the producer, so I'll be directing the 5th one. I think Mel's making that whole conversation up.
Hey, if I die, you got to direct this because
Really
my dream
makes
is Lethal Weapon 5.
Yeah.
Right.
And how far along are you? I'm pretty far.
That's right. But if I die now,
Pretty
you gotta
far
do it.
along.
Did anybody else hear you? No, just him and his wife. What about her? She's dead too. Mel Gibson's previous directing roles, The Passion of the Christ, which was highly acclaimed, right?
It was.
Apocalypto, which I've never seen.
It was not in English. I know it was another one that was not in English.
Yeah.
Is that like a? Is that?
It's about a tribe.
Is that? Oh, it's not a reggae version of Apollo 13.
Oh well.
Apocalypto.
We have a problem. Hear me now.
And Hacksaw Ridge, which I've seen. I thought it was okay.
Never saw it.
True story. I think the guy was from Alabama. In fact, I think he was from Piedmont. I think I can narrow it down. In fact.
I think he was on 7th Street.
Yeah. Some interesting facts to close out trash today. Tupac's debut was longer ago than the entirety of his career. So, in other words, it's more time back to his debut than his actual career last, is what you're saying.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
These are interesting facts, not surprising facts.
Okay.
If Elon Musk did not earn another penny, which is hard to believe, if he doesn't earn another penny and he decided to go give away $1 million a day, it would take him 872 years to go broke.
Wow.
Although inflation is increasing.
Can you imagine that?
That would be awesome. So never earn another penny. I could give away $1 million a day for the next 872 years.
Yeah, that's right. I don't think he'll live that long. Marilyn Monroe and Queen Elizabeth were born in the same year. See, you view Marilyn Monroe young because she died young.
Right.
That's your lasting image of her. Queen Elizabeth, she's an old bird.
She's 95. So Marilyn Monroe, if she were alive today, would be 95 years
I
old.
wonder what she'd look like.
She'd be a guest
1926.
judge on like America's Got Talent.
She would.
There'd be people running up. Keep the skirt down.
That's right. We don't want to see that.
I can't believe this.
And final interesting fact, if Bryan Adams released The Summer of '69 today, it would be about the summer of 2005. How about that? Makes you think.
Makes you feel a little old, doesn't it?
It really does.
It does.
That is trash presented by Mortgage Right. MortgageRight.com/TNR. It is absolutely the first thing you need to do when you start looking for a house. MortgageRight.com/TNR. NMLS 2239.
I agree, Chad. I would watch Reggae Apollo 13 over Lethal Weapon 5.
Probably so, yeah. That's a good point.
I shot the rocket, but I did not shoot the...
Oh, my. Keep going. Please go. Go.
Can you give me summer of 2005?
Jimmy quit, Joey got married. Was the summer of 2005.
That's actually not that bad.
That's
huh?
pretty good.
It works.
All right, that is trash. You said Mortgage Right already?
I did, Jim.
All right.
I didn't throw anything at the camera, though.
Oh, that was pretty close,
I know.
even though you floated it out there. This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, right on 119 in Alabaster. If you're looking for a great meal tonight to watch Maction, or tomorrow night, or Friday night, or for your tailgate on Saturday, maybe you're looking for a meal on your way to Hoover to watch Thompson and Hoover play, swing by Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Check out their entire menu at champyschicken.com. It's on Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Denaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. The best food with the best sports is at Walk-On Sports Bistro, and they're now hiring for the Stadium Trace location near the Hoover Met. Walk-On's has top pay for experienced kitchen staff, servers, bartenders, bussers, hostesses, and to-go cashiers. And yes, health benefits are available. Go by the new Walk-On's location at Stadium Trace in Hoover and apply today. Hiring is happening on site 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. This is your chance to join the championship team at Walk-On's Sports Bistro in Hoover.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
The Next Round and Academy Sports and Outdoors are teaming up to give away shopping sprees to families of those in the military who were killed or disabled in the line of duty. Folds of Honor is a charity organization that gives scholarships to the children of those heroic men and women. To donate, go to foldsofhonor.org. Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Interesting question from Stuart Mandel's mailbag at The Athletic. I'll pose it to you, Brown. He gives the correct answer in his answer in the mailbag, and it's a one-sentence answer. After Rockstar tells us about his guy.
Let me tell you about my man Adam Mestre, Realty. Adam is a third generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Hear me now. Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 at MD Realty. We make house calls.
Question asked, and it's a possibility that's out there today. Should Georgia, Alabama, Cincinnati, and Notre Dame be your 4 playoff teams? And it would take a lot, but there's some chaos in the Big Ten with their round robin that could happen. What would be the ramifications of Georgia, Alabama, Cincinnati, and Notre Dame, which basically is 2 SEC teams, a group of 5, and an independent being in the playoffs?
So
in one sentence.
It would be 2 rematches.
2 rematches.
I mean, you could
ramifications is what I'm looking for, though.
The ramifications: Georgia,
Alabama, Cincinnati, Notre Dame. 2 SEC, 1 group of 5,
really,
1 independent.
Only 1 Power 5 conference is involved.
That's right. That's what he says. He says that playoff scenario would be announced on December 5th. They would approve expansion to the college football playoffs on December 6th at the start of business.
Before the sun sets, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're probably right. Once you get only 1 Power 5 conference involved, and Notre Dame is treated as a Power 5 conference. I mean, they've got a seat at the table. So, but you're right. I mean, the Big 12 would hate it. The ACC would hate it. The Pac-12 would hate it. And the Big 10 would hate it.
In my reading for show notes today, and I stumbled across a story about the future of broadcasting, and I think it was on 3 Sports that had this, and it quotes the guy who's in charge of CBS Sports that says when the CBS SEC contract runs out, don't expect CBS to go away from college football, that they will and are starting to lay the groundwork to make a play for another Power 5 conference. Insiders believe they will go hard after the Big Ten to give them that 2:30 Central, 3:30 Eastern slot. And I agree with some of what Sean McManus says here. He says that they started doing that 2:30 exclusive slot Central Time on CBS in 2001. And that, yes, the SEC being so successful at football from that point forward had a lot to do with it, but that CBS had a lot to do with the growth of the SEC too.
True.
That people told him when he made that deal, what, you're going to put only the best SEC game on every week? Who's going to watch that in Seattle or Los Angeles or in New York? And for years, it has been the gold standard that all the other broadcasts are managed by or are compared to.
Well, it gets a lot of criticism. Fans get upset around here with CBS. They don't like Gary. They didn't like Vern. You know, I mean, it's
and I
that's
believe
going to happen.
And I hear that.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, when we go to ESPN and ABC, and you see the camera angles are not as good, the amount of money that's poured into the broadcast not the same. When they're moving your games all over the place, you're going to say, you know, it wasn't so bad having the best game every week at 2:30 on CBS.
But here's the deal on the CBS with the Big Ten. 2 things. Number one, Big Ten teams like the 11 o'clock window. It's one reason it's flourished with Fox. Also, you got Fox there, who is getting the biggest TV ratings they've ever gotten in college football thanks to that 11 o'clock window. They're not going to let go of the Big Ten very easily. On top of that, they're in business with the Big Ten with the Big Ten Network. That's a Fox deal. So that's a lot like what CBS is leaving right now, that the SEC Network and ABC ESPN are married together, and CBS was kind of the outlaw there, right? I don't know the word I'm looking for. The outcast, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Outlier, whatever the word is. So I don't know. I'd be surprised that CBS ends up with a Big Ten. I would have thought you were going to say they were making a run at Notre Dame.
He does not say that.
Yeah.
He says, the person close to, the situation says Pac-12 would be the other one, that they'd make a push for the Pac-12 or a combination of the Pac-12 Big Ten, which right now ABC and Fox both share. Interesting on what's going to happen with the future, but industry insider, and I think Sean McManus himself may have said this, that ABC and ESPN's plan on the best game of the week for the SEC is not to be locked in at a specific time on ABC, that they plan to flex it to ABC or ESPN at different times of the day. So no longer will you have that permanent slot of the best game of the week in the SEC on a certain time. he believes that their plan is to, sometimes it'll be at 11, sometimes it'll be at 2:30, sometimes it'll be at 6 or 6:30, sometimes it'll be on ABC, sometimes it'll be on ESPN.
Well, I'll give you my guess on that one moment. But Greystone Chiropractic in Tattersall Park, 119 and 280 is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Our guy, Dr. Lee Goldenberg, gets us all straight, man, and getting that spine properly aligned takes care of the nervous system, which affects every cell, tissue, and organ in your body. Get right today, 205-981-8090. Enjoy a healthier life with Greystone Chiropractic, GreystoneChiropractor.com, or 205-981-8090. I think more and more you'll see the biggest SEC game in the prime slot on ABC. Because Fox has found this foothold at noon, or at 11. They call it the big noon kickoffs, noon Eastern. And they're putting fewer of their bigger games, mostly Pac-12, in prime time. So if you're looking at it from purely the ESPN ABC point of view, I can put a really good SEC game in there. I don't go head-to-head with a good Fox game most of the time, and I can control what else I'm going head-to-head with because I control all the other properties. So why not put the big SEC game in prime time?
And I hope that happens.
I think that's what will happen more often than not.
We'll see if they have a permanent slot for that, like CBS has over the past few years. I think, is it 23 or 24 whenever the contract flips around? So at least another full year, maybe 2 more with the CBS contract there. Before we get to the top of the hour, no Lance, obviously. He left a full beer over there, full Bud Light. Tyler in the Farmfolio chat room, what do we think Lance is talking to the 8th graders about right now at lunch?
The Rams.
A lot of people have said he's taking betting lines, teaching them what a 5.5 is, what is the half for. Tyler says, do you guys think Lance is having a conversation about Donkey Kong being the greatest video game ever?
Yo, let me tell you.
Oh, Dig Dug.
Dig Dug. Love me some Dig Dug. I love Forrester's artistic shot of Lance's spot.
Forrester will tell you he has both of those lined up on the thirds. That's how you get a good artistic shot in television.
Wow, I love
Put
it.
them on the thirds.
On the thirds. I can hear Lance. I can hear some kid going home today saying, "Dad, guess what? What? I'm a member of the Ramley now."
Yeah.
The Ramley?
And also, lanceslock.com. I joined that today. Guy was able to take my Apple code right there and downloaded it right here. So, Dad, we've got money tonight on Central Michigan. Lance gave me the lock on that. All right, top of the hour here. When we come back, Todd Fuhrman. Speaking of locks, we go out to Vegas. This hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. We'll talk to Fuhrman coming up. You can talk to anybody in your home about the best meal you've had. If you've ever been to Champy's, that'll be the answer. Champy's Chicken. I believe in it that much. World famous fried chicken. Those poor boys, the tender, love the Mississippi recipe. Tamales. Also, you get the unbelievable chicken on a stick, perfect for a party or tailgate. Check them out online, champyschicken.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
It's time to change the game plan on your night's sleep. Have you ever had a custom-made mattress set made right here in America? Now more than ever, American-made, Alabama-made means something, and that's what you get with my friends at Royal Bedding on Highway 31 in Pelham. Tom, Ginger, and TJ Vignale have been providing Alabamians with a great night's sleep for over 30 years now. You can see everything they offer on their website, royalbeddinginc.com. But better yet, stop by the showroom right on Highway 31. It's Royal Bedding and the website, royalbeddinginc.com.
Celebrate the gift-giving season with Bromberg's Vietri Holiday Collections. Italian-made and hand-painted, 20% off all Vietri purchases all week long. Make it a holiday to remember with new additions to Bromberg's best-selling Lastra Holiday and Old St. Nick patterns. Handcrafted, timeless artwork for your table with authentic Italian craftsmanship and quality. And did you know you can also create a wish list at Bromberg's? Make it easy for Santa to get you exactly what you want for Christmas this year by creating a Bromberg's wish list. And you can unwrap a gift from Bromberg's that you love.
Hear that? That's the plumpest, juiciest hot dogs you've ever seen getting their grill on. But we both know what'll make it sound even better. Oh yeah, it's a Pepsi to go with your hot dog. Because when you're chomping on America's favorite meal, relish, mustard, and onions perfectly blending into a crescendo of flavor, there's only one thing that makes everything about that moment better. A cold, refreshing Pepsi. See what I mean? It's like music to my ears. Hot dogs. Better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Beef O'Brady's has been serving up food and fun for more than 11 years with great locations in Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. You can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations. With more than 22 TVs and Sunday ticket, Beef O'Brady's is the place to unwind, relax, and watch your favorite team play. Beef O'Brady's in Hoover, Helena, and now in the Brook Highlands neighborhood on Highway 280. The perfect place for serving up food and fun.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Todd Fuhrman talking about all the games in college and the NFL with us for the next 15 minutes after I tell you about our friends at Wayne's. They give you the headlines this hour. Alabama, number 14 in the country, beating South Alabama last night in basketball. Keon and Shackelford each with 18 points in that contest. Bama off to a 3-0 start. UAB at South Carolina coming up Thursday night. Big game for the Blazers there. No change in the top 10 of the college football playoff rankings. Georgia, Alabama, Oregon, Ohio State 1 through 4. Cincinnati just on the outside at number 5. Couple of more MACtion games happening tonight. Northern Illinois at Buffalo as NIU trying to hold off Central Michigan in the standings there for the spot in the MAC championship game. Central Michigan's at Ball State. Both those games on ESPN2 and ESPNU later tonight. Wayne's want to make sure that they've got your lawn ready for this winter year. There are certain things you can do, and our friends at Wayne's can do to make your lawn ready for next spring and summer when it's dormant right now. Find out more details by calling Wayne's, 866-WAYNES-1. They're the exclusive provider of the Next Round. They handle all of our lawns, all of our termite protection. They take care of mosquitoes in our backyard, eliminating them. They're also deliver the pest service for us. Everybody on the show, exclusive provider for us. They can be for you. We trust them. You should too. Find out more by calling them up at 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1, and use the promo code TNR for the Next Round and save $60 off your first treatment with our friends at Wayne's, 866-WAYNES-1.
All right, Todd Fuhrman, our man in the desert. He's with us from Outkick and BetTheBoardPodcast.com. He's on the Pepsi hotline. What's up, Fuhrman? How are you?
I'm doing very well this morning, gentlemen. How are you boys holding up?
Everything is wonderful. So for those that didn't follow, the Bo Nix injury is, according to you guys in the desert, worth about 3 or 4 points. So that's kind of what we expect moving forward for Auburn?
It should definitely be the case. Now, if TJ Finley goes out there this weekend and exceeds expectations in his start against South Carolina, you may see less of an adjustment there. And it's always interesting when you try and account for quarterback injuries, especially in the college game. We saw most books use Auburn as a 10.5 point favorite before the news broke about Bo Nix being lost for the season. Number dipped as low as 6.5, and then there was a little bit of resistance. Some books didn't move past 7, and now we've kind of settled in that number range, and that 7.5 price tag, depending on odds makers' opinions.
Moving forward, here's Alabama at home against Arkansas with another top 25 game for the Crimson Tide. What can Arkansas do to make this interesting, and how do you like the way that number is laid out this weekend in Tuscaloosa?
I think Arkansas is going to have to do everything in their power to kind of shorten this game if they're going to be competitive. They want to minimize possessions. They clearly don't have the firepower to go toe-to-toe with Bryce Young and this Alabama offense. What's interesting when you look at Alabama, they faced a very similar defense in Ole Miss, 3-3-5, or however you decide you want to go about the mathematical permutations there, and they were methodical. To Bryce Young's credit, he was willing to take what the defense gave him. He didn't try and force deep shots into 4 or 5 defensive backs, and I think you could see more of the same here. When you look at the way this series has gone, Alabama has obviously dominated since Nick Saban came to Tuscaloosa the last 2 years. I mean, Alabama's outscored them 100-10, and this number speaks volumes about why it's north of 3 touchdowns. I would lean towards Alabama laying the points here. I'm not sure I'd have the stomach to try and back Arkansas, because if they got down early, I'm not sure they'd be able to get back in the game.
Look, Todd Fuhrman is with us, bettheboardpodcast.com and Outkick, and he is on the Pepsi hotline. Since we're talking about these two teams together, we'll get asked this. Let's go ahead and do it now. Do you have a foreshadow of what you might see from an Iron Bowl line next week?
So much is going to hinge on what Auburn looks like on tape with TJ Finley under center. But if you're going off of just some of the base numbers that are out there, I mean, Alabama still power rates as a top 3 team at this point. Auburn has kind of fallen off. And when you look at this number on a neutral field, since that's usually more indicative of where the two teams are from a power standpoint, I make Alabama right around a 3-touchdown favorite. I have Auburn and Arkansas very similar as things stand right now, and you can make the case that maybe you open this number up at 21.5 and see if odds makers take it further.
Wow,
21.5.
So you think you could see it open that big, huh? 21.5?
I do think you could see a pretty big number. Now, I'm probably a little bit higher on Alabama than even the betting market at this point, but that's kind of where I see it. The game being on a neutral, if I believe it's at Jordan-Hare, so if you factor in home field and everything else, you could see it open in that no man's land between 14.5 and 16.5 instead.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
Todd Fuhrman's with us on the Pepsi hotline. Todd, Michigan State and Ohio State, one of those big games this week when we're talking about college football playoffs. Boy, I love Ohio State in this game, even though it's a ton of points against a team with a small, crooked number beside them in the college football rankings. What do you think of the Buckeyes at home this weekend?
I think the big question is how long can Michigan State commit to the ground game? If they're able to establish Kenneth Walker, it's going to make covering this number relatively straightforward for Sparty. The challenge becomes a secondary that hasn't really stopped anybody. And when you look at Michigan State's defensive track record early on, this will be the most dynamic passing offense they'll face by far. They struggled to get off the field against Michigan. We saw Western Kentucky have some success. And Mel Tucker was pretty outspoken. He says, hey, look, I kind of get repulsed by the term shootout. So it tells you that if Ohio State can build a 14-0 lead, this thing could snowball quickly. I just think Ohio State's defensive front is going to be able to get stopped. Michigan State secondary will have no prayer against that talented trio of Buckeyes receivers. And we're talking about a lay it or don't play it type scenario where Ohio State wins the game by north of 24.
At Todd Fuhrman on Twitter is where you find him, bettheboardpodcast.com, and Outkick. He's on the Pepsi hotline. When it comes to SMU Cincinnati, one thing Cincinnati has done very well is defend the pass. However, they've come nowhere close to facing a passing offense like SMU has had. A lot of people think that Cincinnati's skating on thin ice right now. Could this be the game where they get upset?
I can tell you there was a little bit of professional money that purely based on the number in and of its own right grabbed SMU plus the points on the open, taking 13. Now, if the number were to dip below 10, you're going to see a very different school of thought here, and I can understand completely why that's the case. because when you look at SMU and the schedule of opposition they faced, it is a far cry from a murderer's row by any stretch of the imagination. You go through some of the opponents that SMU's kind of had to navigate through, and I'm not sure any of them will provide a defensive challenge like they'll encounter here against Cincinnati. The only team that you would maybe put even close to being in the same bucket would be Houston, and it's a game SMU lost 44-37, of course, giving up that late score on a kick return. I think Cincinnati, no doubt, has been flirting with disaster, but I still believe this is the most talented team by far in the AAC. And defensively, unless SMU is willing to commit to running Bentley and running Siggers, this is going to be a game that doesn't go well for them. I think Cincinnati breaks out of their ATS funk and covers in this spot.
Yeah, I agree with you, Fuhrman, there. I want to ask you about another team, though, that seems to be in a precarious place when it comes to staying in the college football playoffs. That's Oregon on the road at Utah. And if I'm correct, Utah's the favorite, even though Oregon's number 3 in the college football playoff rankings. Why is that number the way it is? And is Utah going to back it up?
You know, this is a Utah team that I think is a little bit overvalued as far as the popularity polls are concerned. We don't have the Ducks currently inside of our top 10. And it's no knock on what they've been able to accomplish this season, but I think Anthony Brown provides limitations at the quarterback position that when you step up in class is going to be tough to overcome. I know this Utah addition defensively has not been what we've grown accustomed to under Kyle Whittingham's leadership, but at the same time, Cam Rising has given them a spark offensively, and I don't think Utah is being given enough credit for how dynamic they are both running and throwing the football. If you can keep Oregon in third and intermediates, it's going to put them in a very difficult spot to go into hostile territory at Rice-Eccles and come away with a win. This number speaks volumes. I don't think there's value in it because we made the game Utah -3, but if you believe in public perception and the way this game is going to be bet, it's 100% Utah or pass. I think the Utes are the best team in the Pac-12, and they'll prove it on Saturday night.
A lot of people think Fuhrman, Wisconsin is one of the better teams going right now based on what they've done over the last 6 or 7 games. However, they're hosting a Nebraska team that has struggled at 3-7 this year, and they're barely favored by more than a touchdown at home. This seems like a skinny number.
Wisconsin, no doubt, has figured out some of their offensive ineptitude, but you look at the list of opponents that they've beaten. Sure, I'll give them credit for Iowa, but Iowa provided absolutely no threat from the offensive side of things. And during this win streak, they haven't given up more than 14 points. So Jim Leonard's bunch is living up to the potential that we thought we were going to see from them coming into the year. Now, in comes the Nebraska team. I know what their record says, but if you look at some of their yards per play metrics, this team is underachieved as far as wins and losses are concerned. Nebraska doesn't have the idea of getting to the postseason. Their record won't allow for that, but they do have a chance to play spoiler if they're able to pull off an upset at Camp Randall against Wisconsin and follow it up with an upset victory against Iowa in their regular season finale. They know Scott Frost will be around for another season. If the number on this game gets back to 10, I would make a case for Nebraska. I actually missed the opener. I think under and dog make an awful lot of sense, but you are trusting Adrian Martinez not to turn it over. I just don't think Wisconsin can move the ball consistently enough to cover this with ease against an underrated Nebraska defense.
Okay, we got 2 more college games for you here, Oklahoma State's game and UAB's game. Let's go Oklahoma State first because they still have a path to the college football playoffs. They're on the road in Lubbock against an interim coach at Texas Tech. What do you think of Gundy's bunch this year and that the best defense probably in the Big 12?
They've been incredible, and to Oklahoma State's credit, for them to be able to change their DNA of an offense-first mentality that we've grown accustomed to in the past from the likes of Tylan Wallace and Chubba Hubbard, you know, going even further back to what we've seen from Josh Fields under Gundy and a number of other quarterbacks along the way. This is no doubt Jalen Warren's team. It's a run-first offense, and they trust their defense to be able to make plays. Texas Tech showed me something last week. Donovan Smith making his debut, you know, kind of leading that Sonny Cumbie offense, and this was a guy who absolutely shredded Iowa State defensively. This will be a step up in class here, no doubt about it. But I think Texas Tech playing with a little bit of confidence. I mean, they have nothing to lose. They'd love to play spoiler. And what we've grown accustomed to in Lubbock in the past, it can be one of the more difficult places to play, especially under the lights. I think you're going to see a lot more pressure for Oklahoma State. And pressure we know can burst pipes. They have a quarterback I don't trust laying double digits on the road. Defense will be good, but I think Tech will be right in this one from start to finish. So I like Tech plus the 10.5.
UAB's won 2 of the last 3 Conference USA championships. They've won 3 straight division championships. It's all on the line this week at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio. UAB and UTSA. I know the national rankings from the Roadrunners. Do you guys in Vegas buy UTSA?
This is a team whose power rating we've upgraded a ton as the season has gone on. You look at what they've done, UTSA has met every challenge that's been placed in front of them. Now, not always with flying colors, as we saw during the non-conference portion of the schedule when they snuck by college football powerhouse known as the UNLV Runnin' Rebels. But UTSA feels a lot different on their offensive and defensive line than what we've grown accustomed to from Group of 5 opponents. You look at their ground game, and it's as dynamic as you're going to find. But you dig into UAB and the schedule they've played, you can understand the loss at Georgia, a game against Liberty where they were kind of outclassed. The game against Rice feels like more of an outlier. The box score didn't do that contest any justice. I like this game under the total a little bit. I think these two teams are going to be relatively straightforward, both try and run the football. I don't see a ton of big plays either way, and with so much at stake, you do wonder if these coaches are going to rein in their players and allow their opposition to have that costly turnover at some juncture. So I'll go under the total at 54.
All right, follow Fuhrman on Twitter, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter, at Todd Fuhrman. Download the podcast, bettheboardpodcast.com. See him on Outkick as well. He's with us on the Pepsi Hotline. Fuhrman, enjoy the games this week. As always, thank you.
Thanks, gentlemen. You guys do the same.
All right, buddy. Take care. Todd Fuhrman with us from out in Vegas.
Yeah, part of our show today, Brownie, being brought to you by
my guys, Tom Beckby Dunaway. Tom Beckby's an Alabama guy, and he wanted some good-looking outdoor clothing. Couldn't find what he wanted, so he made his own. Now you can buy it for yourself. Time-tested, rugged materials that look amazing. The Tom Beckby store is in Mountain Brook Village, right there in Mountain Brook Village, where their goal is outfitting you for outdoors in Alabama and beyond. Or you can find them online, tombeckby.com. That's BECKBE, tombeckby.com, Mountain Brook Village, or online, tombeckby.com.
So he likes under, low-scoring game, UAB, UTSA. He likes Alabama giving the points with Arkansas. And he talked about the betting line with Auburn and South Carolina and how important it will be to see TJ Finley. Where did he end up? I missed him saying, would he take Auburn? Would he take South Carolina in that game? Do you remember?
I don't remember what he said. I just asked him about the point differential with Nix to Finley.
So that's something to keep an eye on. We talked to Bo earlier. Bo not rushing back. You can hear that entire interview in our podcast section at nextroundlive.com, or you can go to our YouTube channel. We got that video up as well on our Next Round Live YouTube channel. While you're there, like and subscribe, and we always appreciate that so much. When we come back, let's look at the bowl projections right now, because we're to that time of year where there's a handful of teams that are not going to be in the college football playoffs, but some of them are going to have a great season just because they're in one of the 6 major bowl games. That could include Lane Kiffin, what that would mean for Ole Miss and Kiffin, and a lot more when we come back on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing. In business for more than 10 years with 500 5-star reviews on Google and home of the 3-year leak-free guarantee. Cardinal Roofing, 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
We know that juicy, cheesy, grilled to perfection burger sounds amazing, but it does sound like something is missing. Pepsi, baby! The yin to this burger's yang. Burgers and Pepsi go together like burgers and Pepsi. This perfect blending of flavors makes every bite of lettuce, every sesame seed on the bun, and every sip of that crisp, refreshing, ice-cold cola a journey to Foodtopia. Burgers, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Being a boot fanatic, I have found the perfect place to shop for the greatest selection of boots with brands like Lucchese, Ariat, Dan Post, Twisted X, Justin, and more. Hey, Tom Luganbill here, telling you Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear in Coleman is the place to go. Western boots, fashion boots, and work boots. Jack's has them all. Plus, a great selection of apparel and boots for the entire family. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear is a one-stop shop for all your holiday gift-giving needs. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, I-65, exit 304. Just look for the Big Red Building and follow Jack's on Facebook and Instagram.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Back with you on the next round. LT off for the second half of the show today. He's spending time with young Jack, a little Parents' Day at lunch there. He'll be back with us tomorrow, as we all will be, live with you at 9 o'clock. Don't forget you can always stay up to date on the show at Next Round Live on Twitter. As you watch us on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Twitter. We appreciate you being along with us today. When the show's done, we're also available on Spotify, iTunes, Odyssey, and anytime on your smart home device like Alexa. Just have it programmed, ready to play the next round every day. We're going to talk a little bowl projections here in just a second. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. My buddy Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, they've been in business for 20 years, locally owned, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. They offer what I think is the best warranty in the business. Insurance companies trust this guy, and right now a free no-cost inspection, absolutely free, no obligation. Greg will climb up on your roof, check it out, and tell you if you need a new roof or not. Works with your insurance company. Here's the number, 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or just go to Facebook, look up Greg from Pell City. It's Greg from Pell City and the folks at Storm Restoration Roofing. You agree with me, Brown, that if Ole Miss is just in a Peach Bowl or a Sugar Bowl situation, that is a huge win for Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss on the progression of that program, correct?
I don't think there's any doubt. I think if you are able to get that team as quickly as he has, I mean, you know, you had the one COVID year, and that was a 5-5, and then in year two, before you've even got your full system, full complement of players in, and there you are in a New Year's Six Bowl. That's a huge accomplishment for them. Great step forward for that program.
Now, Hugh Freeze had him there for those that know. What was it, the Peach Bowl?
He played in the Peach.
And they got drilled.
And I want to say the Sugar. Didn't he play in two?
Did he get him to the Sugar as well?
I'm going to check right now.
All right. They at least had him in the Peach Bowl because I think we were in New Orleans. And I remember. And that was the early game. And a little bit of a beatdown situation.
It was. Did not go well for them.
But obviously with self-inflicted wounds, it ended quickly for Hugh, and he wasn't able to build off of that. There would be some other mountains to climb for Lane, but to get to a New Year's Six Bowl game, I think the next point, your goal at that point would be to get to Atlanta in an SEC championship game. That'd be the next mountain for him to climb.
It'd have to be. So in 2014, they finished 9-4 and went to the Peach. They were a top 20 team. And then in 2015, the next year, they finished 10-3 and went to the Sugar. So those were the two he went to. And I think if you're Lane Kiffin and you just replicated that, there would be so much excitement around this program just replicating those two things. Actually, he's already a step ahead because 9-4. He's going to have a better record than that, I think, this year. They've got the 2 losses now.
Yep, I agree.
And so I think he's actually a little bit of a step ahead. And what he's got going for him that Freeze did not is a couple things. Freeze only had the playoffs the last 3 years. He's probably at some point, if he stays at Ole Miss, is going to get an expanded playoff, which only helps him.
They would be in that right now.
They would be well in the discussion. There's no doubt. If they finish 10-2, I can confidently say that Georgia, Alabama, and Ole Miss would all be in the playoffs.
There are other teams, a handful of them, that also would be a very successful season, missing the playoffs, but being in a New Year's Six bowl game. Without a doubt, Wake Forest is a team, even if they win an ACC championship game, and are still left out of the playoffs, this is a historic season at Wake Forest. The fact that they're number 10 in the rankings is historic.
Like Jim Grobe took them to the Orange Bowl.
Took them to an Orange Bowl.
Yeah, I got to go back. Was that 2002 or 3 or something like that? So he takes them to the Orange Bowl. They've been nowhere close to that since.
Right.
So to get this team,
and even that year, it was an ACC champion tie-in. They weren't as highly ranked or thought of as they are this year. This has been a really historic year, and to get them back with this kind of ranking would be a huge season.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, they were in the Orange Bowl. They finished 17th in the country, 11-3 though. I mean, at Wake, that's a heck of a record, and that's kind of what Clawson is looking at right now. So, yeah, if you got them in a Power 5 or got them in a New Year's Six bowl, that would be a massive step in the right direction. It may actually get him a job. Jim Grobe got mentioned for the Alabama job when it was open, around one of those times. I think that was when Saban got hired after Shula. He got mentioned for it and didn't get it and ended up finishing his career at Wake Forest except for that one interim year at Baylor. But this is the type of thing, if Clawson got them into a bowl game like that, I think Clawson could easily get a job.
So Wake Forest, Ole Miss, easy wins if they're in the New Year's Six bowl. Great season. These next two could surprise you, but I think Michigan State, even with the disappointment, if Mel Tucker has them, if they still make a New Year's Six bowl game, whether it be a Rose Bowl selection or if they end up as the alternate team in the Fiesta or the Peach or the Sugar, that would be a big step for Mel Tucker in East Lansing.
There's no doubt. Now, this is a program that's going to the college football playoff in the not too distant past, but they had fallen off from that. So I think automatically Michigan State fans look at it and say, Mel Tucker's got us right back where Mark D'Antonio had us, on the doorstep of the playoff. He's just got to get them to the playoff next. And that may be the difference between, say, a Wake Forest and an Ole Miss fan versus a Michigan State fan. They've already tasted the playoff. So I think if he's got them in a New Year's Six bowl game, the next obvious step is getting them to the playoffs. So I think that's kind of the difference there.
Michigan. What would you think of Jim Harbaugh and Michigan if they missed the playoffs, but they're in a New Year's Six bowl game?
Do they beat Ohio State? I mean, that's only going to be disappointing because if they beat Ohio State and miss the playoffs, that means they've turned around and lost to Wisconsin. So there's really no...
So it's playoffs or bust for them.
Pretty much, because he's got to beat Ohio State at some point. I mean, this is just going to be the same old if he can't beat Ohio State. His bet, he was in that Peach Bowl against Florida. He's been in an Orange Bowl, so he's been in a couple already. So, I mean, yeah, I do think it's a good step. But again, if he's just in a New Year's Six bowl, that means one of two things. He's lost to Ohio State again, or he beat Ohio State and then couldn't finish the deal and lost to Wisconsin. So just being in a New Year's Six bowl is going to be a disappointment for Michigan.
I think both Cincinnati and Notre Dame disappointed with the New Year's Six bowl.
I mean, Cincinnati was in one last year in the Peach against Georgia, and they gave that game away late.
But if they're unbeaten...
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a disappointment. I mean, you got to step back and look at it and say, my gosh, Cincinnati football is going to a New Year's Six bowl back-to-back seasons. That's a heck of an accomplishment by Luke Fickell. But, yeah, I mean, if you're undefeated, you feel like you belong in the playoff says you don't belong, yeah, you're going to be disappointed with just a New Year's Six bowl. Who was the other one?
Notre Dame, yeah. They've been to back-to-back playoffs.
They've been to back-to-back playoffs, but there again, I mean, if I'm a Notre Dame fan, I'll look at it and say, you always make this point. This is a great point you've made over the years, is that one of the difficult things about being the Notre Dame coach is once you take that one loss, there's no conference championship you can point to. Like Lincoln Riley has been able over the years. Have they been a playoff disappointment? Yeah, but we've owned the Big 12. Look at us. We've dominated that conference. All the people you hang with and go to work with that are fans of other Big 12 schools, we've dominated that conference. Brian Kelly doesn't get to do that. It's either go to the playoffs kind of or bust. But if I'm a Notre Dame fan, I look at it and say, I've been to the playoffs a good bit. Now he's got me right back in the New Year's Six Bowl. This is consistently as good as we've been really since Lou Holtz. I mean, that's been a long time since Lou Holtz has been the Notre Dame coach. And nationally, this is the most relevance you've consistently had since then.
Charles says Ole Miss did win the Sugar Bowl with Freeze, as you looked that up there. Bo Nix looks like a young Iceman from Top Gun from our interview with him earlier. That from Young 7-Up.
Yeah, it's the hair, Rockstar. The hair is Iceman hair.
And a little Casey Clausen, too. Casey Clausen
that's true.
His hair like that.
That's true. I don't see the facial between Val Kilmer and Bo Nix.
It's the hair,
all
100%.
And Jody, big Braves fan, I assume, pointing out that the Braves beat writer David O'Brien reporting that the Braves are showing interest in free agent Justin Verlander. You got a thought on, God, if I had to guess, I'm going to say 40-year-old Justin Verlander, maybe?
Is he that old?
Is that?
I'm going to look.
Is that too old for Justin Verlander?
I think you got him too old there. I just think he's been in the league so long, you think he's older than he is.
So
he's old enough it'd be a one-year deal, though.
He's married to who, Rockstar? Kate Upton?
Yeah.
38.
He's 38. Okay. 39 before the baseball season starts, maybe? Winter birthday?
Yeah, his birthday's in February.
Yeah, okay. So there you
it
go.
would be 39. Is he, in fact, married to her, or are they just still
No,
dating?
they got married. Absolutely.
Did they?
Yeah.
I think they
had a baby, too.
Yeah, they had a kid.
Okay. Y'all have a lot of information. Jim's got his age and his marital status and everything.
So what would you think of them picking up Verlander at that age?
I mean,
couldn't do it last year, got injured, lost the season.
I feel like you're getting a name, but he's probably not going to be your number one, right?
Right.
That's probably still going to be Fried or Morton.
I don't think.
I mean, it's going to be kind of not a role player, but if that's your number 2 or 3 guy, that's pretty good 2 or 3.
I don't think the Braves care about any pickup, a Braves fan, any pickup until they find out what Freddie Freeman's future is.
Well, I agree with you. That's far more important than Justin Verlander.
Take care of Freddie. Let's see, is he with us or not with us? And then we'll worry about the rest later.
Yeah. Dunaway read that from the Farmfolio chat room. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. Visit farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net.
Shane Beamer with a great answer about the Virginia Tech opening. That's coming up. And Ryan Day on the Big Ten as Ohio State gets ready to battle number 7 Michigan State at the Horseshoe. That's part of the next segment right here on The Next Round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreysstoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
When it comes to something as important as the roof over your head, you want to make sure you're using a company you can trust. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. That company is Cardinal Roofing. And don't just take my word for it. They've got more than 500 5-star reviews on Google. They don't just give those away. Cardinal Roofing is your storm damage experts. They provide a 3-year leak-free guarantee, and they finish most of their jobs in a single day. Cardinal Roofing, 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Cardinal Roofing, your storm damage experts.
We've told you about the excellent service you get from Excalibur Services for residential heating, cooling, and electrical problems. Now, you can also depend on Excalibur for all your plumbing needs. Excalibur will perform plumbing services in the same excellent manner as our heating, cooling, and electrical services. Highly trained plumbers now teaming up with highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts. At Excalibur, we have you covered. 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Celebrate the gift-giving season with Bromberg's Vietri Holiday Collections. Italian-made and hand-painted, 20% off all Vietri purchases all week long. Make it a holiday to remember with new additions to Bromberg's best-selling Lastra Holiday and Old St. Nick patterns. Handcrafted, timeless artwork for your table with authentic Italian craftsmanship and quality. And did you know you can also create a wish list at Bromberg's? Make it easy for Santa to get you exactly what you want for Christmas this year by creating a Bromberg's wish list. And you can unwrap a gift from Bromberg's that you love.
Suffering from an old sports injury? Or tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics may be able to reduce or eliminate your knee, hip, or shoulder pain, increase your mobility, and get you back in the game. From pediatrics to geriatrics, appointments are available at 9 convenient locations affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Next Round back with you. By the way, yesterday, Managers of the Year announced in Major League Baseball. Gabe Kapler in the National League. Kevin Cash of my Tampa Bay Rays, back-to-back Manager of the Year. Mm-hmm. The only other time that's happened, Bobby Cox, 2004-2005 with the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah, a lot of people were upset Snicker didn't get it. I think the voting is done at the end of the regular season, if I'm not mistaken.
It is. And Kapler won 105 games, the best in Major League Baseball. Cash won 100, the best in the American League.
And I guess in both cases surprised a lot of people by doing that. Your Rays weren't expecting it. I know the Giants weren't.
Exactly. So those were your Managers of the Year. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at the Standard Insurance Agency, Brown.
Yeah, what they want you to do right now is get that auto insurance checkup, really just overall insurance. I've got all my insurance with the Standard Insurance Group, and I'm saving, and you can do as well. Have your coverages ready and what you pay each month. Call 664-3200, 205-664-3200. Let them run the numbers for you and let you know if they can save. You can also see more online, StandardInsurancegroup.com or 664-3200.
Auburn going to play South Carolina this week. Bo Nix earlier talking about his rehab, full confidence in TJ Finley. He said he'll stay out of his way, though, and let the coaches work with him and prepare him. Shane Beamer is expecting a tough game from Auburn, as you would imagine. They are a hot underdog, if you like, playing daily fantasy or wagering on a game right now. A lot of people taking South Carolina and the points in that contest. LT, in fact, earlier when he was with us, his upset alert, South Carolina plus the points against Auburn. But Shane Beamer had other things to deal with in his news conference this week. His dad is the legendary Frank Beamer, who was at Virginia Tech, who fired their coach earlier this week, Justin Fuente. So you knew at some point he was going to take a long sip of water and get asked the question about the Virginia Tech opening. He's having a great first year in Columbia, and the people at Virginia Tech would love to have him. Here's what Shane Beamer said about that Virginia Tech opening.
Shane, obviously the Virginia Tech job opened up this morning. I know, we know your history, your dad's history there, and your time there. Just wanted to ask you where you stand in relation to that, and as the head coach at South Carolina right now too.
Yeah, certainly you hate to ever see anyone lose their job. So tough from that standpoint. Obviously, I love Virginia Tech. I moved there when I was 10 years old. I went to high school there. I went to college there. I coached there. My parents still live there. So I have special memories of my time in Blacksburg, and that'll always be, special to me. But this is where I want to be. When I said this was my dream job, I wasn't just saying that to make it sound cool in a press conference or to get the job. This is where my wife and I and my family want to be. We didn't put that sign up over there in Williams-Brice Stadium that said "Welcome home" just because it was trendy and a slogan. This is home.
Good answer, I thought.
It's a good answer. I mean, we grade those. I would give that one a B+ right there. It's a pretty solid denial of a job, which I don't even know that he's been mentioned for. I just think people assume with the last
Beamer
name.
to Beamer, right?
Yeah. We've talked about it. First of all, I think Virginia Tech would be, again, I always go back to this. If his last name weren't Beamer, would Virginia Tech ever consider Shane Beamer? If his name were Shane Johnson and he's the first-year head coach of South Carolina, would they ever consider him for the job?
Maybe. I think he's doing good enough that maybe.
Yeah, but if I'm a South Carolina guy, I'm like, God, that is 1 year. He hasn't recruited yet. I mean, can he sustain this? He called a Florida team that had the flu, and they were playing like crap, and he beat them.
Oh, I didn't know you were Dan Mullen's apologist all of a sudden. They had the flu?
They did. Well, he said that. Yeah. They had the flu. The whole town, what is it in Rockstar and Mike Zavitti, the whole town got the flu.
The whole store has the flu.
The whole store had the flu. So
I didn't know MD was after Dan Mullen's name anymore.
Well, I think the doctors diagnosed the flu, and Dan just used it as an excuse. But anyway, I mean, I don't know that he would get considered that. So do you really think, what are the odds that you're going to get two Beamers, they're going to have that kind of success? Very low.
Can you think of a same family?
Nope.
I can't either.
Like, I'm trying to think of a family that just...
I mean, brothers, Watson and
yeah, but
Mac Brown.
Watson was a historically awful football coach.
Well, he had hard jobs.
He took historically the worst jobs you could take.
Yeah. The Stoops have been pretty good.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at the two brothers. Mark is finally getting it done at Kentucky on a consistent basis. Mike failed at Arizona and ended up in the Saban rehab program. Now he's at Florida Atlantic. They haven't, I guess Mark and Bob, that's a pretty good example.
Distant cousin Lou Saban and Nick Saban.
There was one I was trying to think of in the NFL. Oh, the Ryan brothers in the NFL. I mean, they've never really...
Coordinators,
Yeah, one was,
but there's
Rex
a father, Buddy
coach.
Ryan and Rex Ryan. They were head coaches.
Yeah. So, I mean, occasionally, but you look at the odds you're going against there, right? Especially at the same school. It's not like, Rex coached the Oilers and had the success Buddy had. I mean, it's going to be tough at the same school. So I think it's a good answer. There's no reason to even embrace that because he's probably not a legit candidate at Virginia Tech. I say that, and he'll be announced tomorrow.
Here's Ohio State's coach Ryan Day. The path for the Buckeyes ahead of them. Number 7 Michigan State this week. Then they get number 6 Michigan. Then they get a Big Ten championship game if they survive all that against a Wisconsin team that's at number 15 and playing as good of a football as anywhere in the country. So 7, 6, and probably somewhere around 12 or 11 when they play in the Big Ten championship game. That's what's ahead for Ohio State to get back to the playoffs. So here's Ryan Day on the challenge of the end of the season in the Big Ten.
This has been quite a year for the Big Ten, and I think when you look at the second half of the season in the Big Ten, there's been some unbelievable games. There's been some really good matchups, and it's week in and week out. I mean, I think you're finding who can sustain in November. There's no weeks off. We had our bye week after week 6, and I think most of the teams in the conference did as well. But then after that, I mean, it's all conference games. You're talking 9 of them, and we got very good teams from top to bottom. So you have to bring it week in and week out, and I think that's the challenge right now. And you're seeing some really good teams in the league, and it's obviously a lot stronger this year than maybe the last couple.
Brown, 3 of the highest watched TV games this past week were Big Ten games. Michigan and Penn State, number 1 at 5.9 million. Then Georgia, Tennessee at 5.8 million. then Purdue and Ohio State at $4.7 million. Those were the 3 highest rated TV games this past week.
You know what surprises me about that is that Baylor, Oklahoma's not up there.
That's right. The Fox Big Noon game had been winning the ratings every week, but it did not this week because Michigan, Penn State opposite on ABC.
Did you watch any of that Michigan Penn State game?
I watched every second of it.
That was a hard game to watch. Man.
Loved it.
Really, not a lot of offense
snow
in that one.
spitting out.
There was some spitting snow. I did see that. I'm just saying because Baylor was upsetting Oklahoma, normally that gets you a pretty good TV number there.
Yeah, I had it on a different TV, but not the main one.
So what point were you getting to there?
My point is that the Big Ten is having a good November, and they have these round robins. The way this schedule has fallen for some must-see TV. Is that the best conference this year? Is it the toughest conference?
You know, I know Lance thought that going in. Probably so. Michigan State, Michigan, and Ohio State, when you look at the college football playoff rankings, they're all in the top 7. And like you said, they're about to play a round robin.
And Wisconsin, here they come, playing good football.
Yeah, the round robin's already started. Obviously, Michigan State has a leg up. They have beaten Michigan.
Iowa's playing good again.
Yeah, their offense is still really, really bad, though. I'll allow you Wisconsin. Probably not going to allow you Iowa, though. So, yeah, I'll give it best conference. What is the Ryan Day beard stat? Is he good or bad with the beard? I forget.
He always shaved the beard until he lost a regular season game without the beard. So now he's letting the beard grow, and he's unbeaten with the beard.
Because he's back full beard for sure. That thing was thick, man.
He never coached in a beard.
Right.
Because he was unbeaten as a regular season head coach without the beard.
Yeah.
And then he lost with the beard, without the beard this year.
It looks like he put shoe polish in it.
That is a black beard. It is a dark black beard.
It does look like is it the Emmitt Smith commercial where they go and see Emmitt rocking in the chair? Emmitt, you've got to take care of that beard, man.
Yeah, Ryan Day's taking care of that beard.
And they color it up a little bit.
Boy, he does look totally different. Rockstar just pulled up a photo of him without the beard in his Wikipedia.
Well, it's like a old TV movie. That's evil Ryan Day.
That is evil Ryan Day.
Yeah.
You're right.
You have Ryan Day in the white hat, Ryan Day in the black hat.
Yeah.
Ryan Day was shaven is nice Ryan Day, and he's going to come. He's going to help old ladies across the street.
That's right.
He's going to help the Girl Scouts sell cookies.
But no beard Ryan Day.
He's going to drink milk.
Yeah.
Beard Ryan Day is going to come. He's going to run over the lady in the crosswalk.
That's right.
He's going to stomp on the cookies.
Yep.
And he's going to order a shot of whiskey.
That's right.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, bearded Ryan Day.
Yep.
He's got a little edge to him. That Ryan Day right there, you got to card him.
That Ryan Day right there. You guys want to play goldfish?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the other Ryan Day's like Texas Hold'em, and if I don't win, I'm going to pull my 6-shooter and shoot you.
Yeah, he is. He's got a crazy thick beard. All right, so I forgot the Harbaugh brothers.
Oh, that may be the better combination.
It's probably your winner. The Bowdens, you know, Terry had some success. Tommy had some success. Bobby, one of the greats that's ever done it. So the Bowdens, the Harbaughs, who else did I miss? Everybody's telling me everybody I missed.
The Bowdens are good. Father, son's pretty good combination.
Yeah.
Paul says, "Oh my God, is that natural? Lay off the hair dye." Kevin says that's shoe polish, 100%.
Ryan Day's a little younger. How old is he?
Ooh, Jody nails it. Ryan Day is Rip from Yellowstone.
I don't watch Yellowstone.
Ryan Day would be the guy who takes people to the train station in Columbus.
Ryan Day is 42. His hair is darker than mine, but I'm 45. I've never colored my hair. What are you laughing at?
Mark says Ted Lasso is Ryan Day without the beard. Led Tasso is Ryan Day with the beard.
Led Tasso.
Oh, Led Tasso.
But my hair is still pretty dark at 45, right? I don't color it.
Is this just a humble brag segment here?
Yeah, that's exactly what this is a humble brag.
I think you're starting to lose some patches in places because of your age.
Maybe so, but I just asked you about the color. I mean, look at that shot right there, Scott. I'll move so you see how good looking I am.
Yeah,
that's dark hair. Now look, it's good. We're starting. Some of the snow's coming.
Yeah,
little dandruff.
Yeah, a little dandruff right there on the sides.
This is the part I miss when LT's here. Could put him in his place right now.
Oh, Shanahan, Kyle and Mike Shanahan. There's another one from Cody.
Ooh, Cody, that's a good one.
That's a really good combo. Kyle and Mike Shanahan. Yeah. That's all I got.
So Virginia Tech should go hire Shane Beamer? Is that our point now?
I don't know. I mean, I'm swinging back around now that everybody's making these points.
Yeah, I appreciate that a lot. Our friends at the Pan Store can get you dressed for the game, whether you want to go as nice Ryan Day or even evil Ryan Day to your next game. They've got the perfect wear for you. Great caps, hats that you can wear. Also the accessories, the Yeti coolers. Also you can pick up sunglasses for both the men and the women and all your game day fashion. Perfect gifts for the holiday as well. 5 locations. Crestline Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville. Crestline Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville. And online always at thepantstore.com. Final segment when we come back, and we'll ask Brown to answer the Cowan Equipment poll question, which Alabama players having the best NFL season? Brownie's answer with little gray hair when we come back.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trussville, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The seasons have switched to fall, and it's time for you to change your game day wardrobe with our friends at the Pants Store. For the ladies, all the game day fashion, including bodysuits and those booties, plus a wide variety of clear purses that you need for every stadium. For the guys, all the game day accessories, Yeti coolers, Yeti cups, sunglasses, plus your game day wear from Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Taylor and Mick, and the perfect game day hat. It's all at the Pants Store, 5 locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville, and always online at pantsstore.com.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, 1 collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Cookie Dough Magic is a locally owned dessert shop serving 13 flavors of edible cookie dough by the scoop. Visit today and try their delicious, safe-to-eat cookie dough in a homemade cone, milkshake, or sundae. Cookie Dough Magic also offers their cookie dough by the box, which is perfect for holiday parties, for work, classrooms, and family get-togethers. 3 locations, Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville. And they offer nationwide shipping, of course. So visit mycookiedoughmagic.com to order. That's mycookiedoughmagic.com.
The Double Down Media Podcast family is live, including the Mystery Fifth Hour, a chance for the Next Round host to talk everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, the weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours of bourbon in the world. And the Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. Lance Taylor takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this: how do I set up the appointment? You can do it 2 ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
One stat about how good Georgia's defense has been so far, and you got to think they're going to be able to squeeze those numbers down a little bit more against Charleston Southern and the offensively struggling Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets before they get to the SEC championship game. Just going into this weekend, they have the lowest points allowed per game since 2011 Alabama. To me, the greatest defense I ever saw, all due respect to the 1992 Alabama defense. But those would be 1-2, 1A, 1B, however you want to do it, of the teams I've covered. This Georgia defense is ranking up there with those two type defenses. 2011 is where Georgia is now, and they're about to play Charleston Southern and Georgia Tech. There's a chance they will squeeze past that 2011 number.
Well, they're giving up 7.6 per game. Would you be surprised if either one of those teams scored more than 7?
I would be surprised if either one scores more than 7. I would not be surprised if it was a shutout in both those games.
I'm with you. Hey, if you've got an outdoorsman in your family, or maybe you're the one in the household, either way, get the hook up this holiday season at Nichols Outfitters in Pelham, one of the largest firearm showrooms in the state. The best bow technical team anywhere. Nichols Outfitters has the inventory and expertise to get you just what you're looking for this holiday season. Exit 242 in Pelham, online, nicholsoutfitters.com. Alabama's that year gave up 8, so they're roughly a point ahead pacing there. But I think everybody feels like once you get into the postseason, they're going to face the best offenses they faced all year in 3 straight games.
One other conversation about the Heisman before I let you hear Will Anderson again. We were talking Will Anderson and Heisman earlier. Some people can't believe that Bryce Young is still the favorite to win that. There's a chance that Will, having such a great season, and Bryce, that they could, hurt each other in the voting. For those that don't know, you're a Heisman voter. You get 3 slots. You rank them 1, 2, 3. That's your Heisman ballot. You put your number 1, number 2, number 3. Some people around the country won't put 2 Alabama guys in there. They may put Will Anderson, not Bryce Young. That could open the door for a Kenneth Walker at Michigan State or someone else. Are you surprised not more talk about C.J. Stroud of Ohio State, who's really coming on down the stretch? I mean, his numbers this past week against Purdue, 31 of 38, 361, 5 touchdowns, no interceptions.
I don't know why it is. Why do you think? Because, yes,
I don't know.
Is the answer to the question. Now, he did miss a game. Does that get held against him, you think?
Missed a game, and he lost a game where he didn't play very well.
Yeah, I mean, he did not play it was against Akron, so it's, that was only going to pad his stats, so I don't think you hold that against him. But, there was that 2-week period where against Tulsa he really struggled, and he didn't play against Akron, but since then he has been tremendous. I'm just going to do the quick math. 10, 14, 15, 17, 22 touchdowns, 2 picks since he didn't play in that Akron game. That's passing. Only one of those games has he been under 300 yards. That was against Indiana when he threw for 266. So he's been phenomenal since he missed that game.
He really has. So C.J. Stroud with a chance to have a big stage again this weekend as they play host to Michigan State in the biggest game of the weekend, 4 versus 7 in the college football playoff chase. Speaking of playoff chase, Will Anderson of Alabama on the mindset of the Crimson Tide going into their battle with Arkansas Saturday.
Most definitely. I feel like since the season has been going on, we start shifting our mindset. We're a championship team, and we have to go out there and do championship things and all come together and all be on the same page. And, everybody's mindset and mentality has been the same. So I think we've come to a common goal like, okay, we want to be a championship team. We have to do what champions do.
Championship mindset, and it's all out there in front of them. It's been sort of at time a helter-skelter, a little dysfunctional season for Alabama. Only 1 loss, but at times they have not looked themselves. But here they are. They've got Arkansas, Auburn. Win them both, you're still in the college football playoff discussion. Win one of them, you at least play for an SEC championship. And then Georgia, whatever you can do with Georgia out there in front. 3 games to be back in the college football playoffs. Not a bad place to be for Alabama.
Well, it's not. And, if you look at it from an opportunity standpoint, if you're Alabama, defensively, there are times you've struggled this year, but they've played better of late. You don't face a prolific offense over the next 3. Arkansas is not a prolific offense. Auburn's down a quarterback, maybe an offensive lineman. They're starting to back up. They're not a prolific offense. Georgia is a solid offense. I wouldn't call them prolific. They may get Pickens back. I don't know if that even changes that. So it's not as if you're about to face a bunch of amazing offensive teams. If you're Alabama's defense, you've really got a chance to play some of your best football over the next 3 games.
Yeah, looking forward to that. All right, final 3 minutes of the show, powered up today by our friends at Alabama Power.
And you depend on Alabama Power to keep the lights on, keep you informed. Now they're rolling out new tools to get you the latest information, especially during storms. Get ahead of the storm by downloading the Alabama Power mobile app to your Apple or Android device. You can also report outages instantly through the app, alabamapower.com/storm.
I asked you to go vote in our Cowan Equipment poll question at Next Round Live on Twitter. Which former Alabama player of these four is having the best year? Trayvon Diggs, DB, Cowboys. Jalen Waddle, do everything, wide receiver, slot player, Dolphins. Najee Harris, running back, Pittsburgh Steelers. Or Mac Jones, quarterback, Patriots. If you missed the show yesterday, LT with a clean read says it is his belief that the New England Patriots will be in the Super Bowl, that Mac Jones is playing that good of football, and he thinks the Patriots survived the AFC to play in the Super Bowl. How do you vote in that?
Look, Waddle's leading all rookies in reception. Diggs has had an amazing season in that secondary. Najee's playing in an offense, Najee Harris, where he's the prime running attack and he's catching the ball in the backfield. But if a lot of people are agreeing with Lance that New England's playing the best ball in the AFC right now. And Mac Jones is the starting quarterback for the team. It's hard not to go with him. I think I go Mac Jones.
I put Najee fourth of the list. I put Jalen third. I put Mac 2. And I think Trayvon Diggs. The Trayvon Diggs, what he's done for that secondary, his stats, he's not averaging one interception a game anymore because they have learned after 8 interceptions in 8 games not to throw it in his direction.
Yeah.
They're not throwing at him anymore.
Yep.
So he's taken a third of the field away for a team that's going to be disappointed if they go anywhere but the Super Bowl.
You're speaking the truth right there. You're speaking the truth. Did you see the other poll question?
No, what was the other poll question?
If we gave you good tickets to one of these 2 events, which would you choose? 63% say Hoover Thompson, 37% say Foreigner. You think that's a bad sign, Rockstar, for Foreigner, that 67% will go to a high school game over them?
Well, if it was the original lineup, it might be a little better.
Which is why it's a bad sign, right? If you're in the non-original lineup right now, you're like, wow, a high school game over
But
me.
you saw them on some YouTube
it was
picture?
live at the Ryman about 2 or 3 years ago. They sound really, really good. So they don't sound bad.
Yeah,
it's just people are going to. It's the selling point of original members.
Yeah, just sort of a cover band of what Foreigner used to be.
if I'm
In
gonna
town tonight. Go buy tickets.
Yeah, this is a hard sell by us. If I'm going to see Foreigner, I want to see Lou Graham.
Well, you can't have everything you want, man.
You're right. You don't always get what you want.
I'll be honest. I saw, who's this Marshall Tucker band?
Yeah.
Out at the Regions.
Was Marshall still with them?
And it was the original singer who can't hit any of the notes anymore. Sometimes it's better to see somebody sing the songs better than the original guy who can't hit the notes anymore.
Yeah, there is that point, too.
I will please erase that tape instantly, Forrester, because when I can't hit the notes on this show anymore, I still want to be out here doing this.
Amen, brother.
Or as we like to call it last week, right? We're back tomorrow. The replay starts instantly when we're done here. You can always watch every show. I even went back and watched all the upset alerts to update the standings today. Those shows are there forever at YouTube. Go catch them anytime to get caught up. Remember football season this summer, right? Just go back and watch the show. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino.